won't find her outside. She's mysterious. You won't find her in the kitchen. She hasn't cooked in years. You'll find her here.
Get wrecked. No, that hitbox is cheap. It's cheap. Oh, I hate this character.
On day 4 of a gaming bender, with no time to sleep, or move, or shower. She is sedentary. She is stale. She is gamer.
You.
Essence of esport. Eau de toilette.
Right now, we got around like 10 different rosters in many different countries, so that we want us to be a real international club. Yeah. So because we are still like very new to go to the global market, we just have 3 years of experience to getting to the global. But our clubs was already like established since 1999, so 27 years already. Yeah, but we are very new to the global, so that's why we did not expect that we will be like the #1. But we hope to be, right? Honestly, but we did not expect to be there. So everyone of my team are very excited this week. The Phantom in the China may be quite a little bit different from the other side. So we can see like I remember like when we first bring the friends to like Riyadh last year and also this year in Paris. Our fans may be a little bit shy, a little bit humble. So every time when you see when the video camera just look at them, then they will just put something to block their face. Yes, and also we have quite a lot of female fans. You can see they brought a lot of big cameras with the large lenses and then to zoom in to take photos of the stars. And also they will like shout, but just in a very short period of time during the beginning of the game, because there's somehow a practice in the China. Yeah, usually when the game start, then they will have some slogan to be shouting at the same time. But after the game started, then they will be keep quiet.
Brazil, I think we grow in a football culture. And when we are watching football, the players, we don't stop to scream, to shout, to push them. So I think even when we were little kids, we start with this. In China, I think you have a really good culture with sports. We don't have this in Brazil. We are starting right now. And I think this warmth from the fans comes because of football. It's crazy. We don't stop.
In the first year, our plan is that we want the world to understand us, to know us first. So in the first year, we invest some money and then expand a little bit of roster. But at that time, it is very hard for us to invite the players to join. I remember when we talked to some good players, they said, hey, I rather sign some other organization instead of you because I don't know you. And also China may be like quite far away from them. So they feel like the cultural differences, language differences. So for some players, they feel like it is somehow not really familiar with them. So they will rather like sign with some maybe European or American organization. For the HOK, for example, last year we had a very large tournament, the HOK annual final in China that is hosted in the National Stadium in Beijing. And then the people there, the audience are like 62,000 of the people. And it broke the Guinness record of the most number of the viewers on site. Yeah, so it's crazy. The vibe in China is crazy. But maybe not many people know that because not many people like joined the China League. So in the past, China esports are quite a little bit, I can say, is like separated from the global market.
In Brazil, I can talk better about what I see. We don't have like support for government. As I said, like for football, people put money in football players.
Yes.
People push them to be football players. But for esports, they don't. So when we started everything and we started to call to the parents, because we had like a player that was 16 years old at that time, and we need to talk with their parents. They were like, what are you doing with my kids? No, this is not, what competition? The game that he's playing in his room. So in Brazil, we don't know, you know. We have one player that he's the best player in the world for PUBG Mobile. His name is Revo, and he came with 16. Last year, unfortunately, in the PMSL finals, he lost his mom, like in the first day. So his daddy called us and said, I need to talk with Juan because I need to give this, to tell him this. We put everybody together. My mom bring Revo alone and said, I need to tell you something. Your mom passed away. Imagine receiving this message in the first day of the finals of something that is really important for you, but doesn't matter the game when you lost someone you love. For us, it's not even something to think. Let's go to your city to do everything. And he said, I'm not coming because I know my mom wants me to be here. He did the finals for PMSL and he won the PMGC.
Because like after the last year, we got a lot of inquiries about like, do we want to sell the organization?
Oh.
We got a lot because someone like some clubs with a lot of money, then they think, hey, I can buy. I can buy different organization. Oh, right now AG is doing quite good, so I want to buy you. Okay, yeah, there are truly a lot of organization are asking. We say, okay, we don't want to sell because if we sell the organization for others to run that organization, maybe the result will be very different because they will run in a very business style. We don't want our players to be in that business only environment. We want them to be like more sustainable. They already have very high pressure, but we do not want to exert more business pressure on them. So that's why we like keep running that, and then to prove that we are like growing and doing better and better.
Okay, I'm gonna do solo chess. I've never done solo chess, so don't laugh at me too much. You can laugh at me a little. Oh, you can't take the king at the end? Okay, I messed that one up. Not knowing the rules, that's important.
Well, but I wanted to make different move. Then this. Then this. Ah! No.
This is not my forte. Here, 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 here. Oh.
Oh, I don't know the rules.
Whoa. All right, I can take on f3, take on a3, take on f3. Nope. Rook e7. Nope. Queen takes. 1, 2, 3. Goes there, there, and there. All right.
That's like the most weird variation of chess I have ever played.
All right, so that's gonna be a 1. This. Oh, king has to take first. Okay, damn. Rook takes, rook takes, rook takes, queen takes, king takes. Wow, nice. That was a close one. I almost messed it up. I was too close.
This one seems more difficult. Oh, I think I can do this. Yeah. Okay, I figured that one out.
Oh, it already moved twice. Guys, I don't think I'm made for solo chess. There we go. Finally, I got one right.
Knight has to take some like this. Whoa, that was nice.
I don't know why it's getting dark. I played the move and the piece went black. I felt Completely failed.
Wow, solo chess is hard. Solo chess is tough.
Yeah, I did 9. I think it's fine. It says record, so I take it. Not bad. Not bad. 17. I think could be better, but always can be worse. So nice.
Today we have Anna and we have Alka, and they're going to play a blitz game, and we're gonna guess the ELO. You may start.
All right, let's do this. This feels like a proper match. Okay, you played quite a lot.
I've played before.
Minimum 2,000.
What is that?
Already.
Wait, this is crazy.
I'm getting the score up.
Okay, you're so prepared. Oh, wow, okay.
I looked at the openings.
Where are you from?
I am from Hamburg, Germany.
From Hamburg, Germany. I'm actually going there in a few weeks.
Oh, nice.
This is Anna's strategy, distract the opponent.
No, I'm not doing anything. Oh, that move. Okay, so is this crazy, what I'm about to do? No, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it.
I also shouldn't play this. I keep forgetting the lines.
I'm crazy. Okay, I'm gonna take this.
Okay, do that.
I don't wanna lose. Okay, I'll go here.
Damn it.
I'm not gonna take it. I would have fallen for it.
I would have liked you.
But the fact that you're saying, oh no, my pawn, you're doing references, and you're seeing all these tactics, this must be a 2,000 player.
Awesome, don't do that.
Have you been here before?
To France? No, never. It's my first time. Oh, wait, actually, I have been here once before, but I was like 2, so
It doesn't
I don't
count.
think it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't.
I don't think it counts. Okay. And are you watching the EWC? Have you been
Yes. I've not been there yet, but I want to catch the semifinals live.
there? Okay,
That's
cool.
my goal.
Do you have anyone you're rooting for?
Let me think. Kind of Yesipenko. I'm a big Yesipenko fan. I like Yesipenko.
Cool.
Maybe Matsulu. Those are probably my favorites. Also here with my brother,
Nice.
who's also a chess player.
Is he here too?
Yeah, maybe you get to play him later. I think he wanted to.
Okay, I would love to play as many people as possible. Also, I'm like getting crushed. Wait a second.
Yeah, Anna, this was a very suspicious way to play this opening.
I know! What is my bishop? Okay, this game has been an absolute
I
disaster.
really hope your mom does not watch this clip.
I hope
She's
she
gonna
never
have.
sees this.
Just think, what would Yesipenko play?
Oh no, that's too complicated. That only scares me.
I don't know if Yesipenko would play that, but I like
I don't think he would. I don't think he would ever play that. But maybe he should play it sometimes.
Okay, this game is about to go a bit crazy. Oh, you know what I've seen a lot? I've seen this move a lot. Maybe not in this position.
How about we don't make it crazy? Crazy sounds scary. I'd like to keep it very calm.
Crazy is not always scary. Oh, but now you're... What if I go like here? What if I go here?
Okay, that's a lot.
Maybe this is really bad. I hope they're not putting an eval bar in this game.
I think they will put an eval bar in this game.
Oh no! Oh no!
This is crazy, though. This is.
I mean, okay, I have to.
Oh, sorry.
Wow!
Huh? No, my pawn! Uh-oh.
Okay, with the combo.
The clock.
And the Jadoub.
The Jadoub. Oh.
Paris. Oh my.
Levy, did you know I was playing someone so good? Oh!
I kind of forgot about the bishop. I kind of forgot about the bishop. I'm not gonna lie, I completely forgot about the bishop. No, this doesn't work. Do we play with touch move?
No, you play whatever you want.
Okay,
But you have
fine,
9
fine,
seconds
fine.
left.
I have 9 seconds left. Oh my god.
Sorry, I don't want to stress you.
Just go for it.
No, you're very right in telling me. I would have not realized. I
where
completely
do we
forgot
go
about the
now?
clock.
So now I know what your plan is. Okay, so I'm gonna stop it.
My plan is to not move in 2 moves. Maybe I can make it 3. I completely forgot about the clock. And the rook. Those were both very unfortunate events.
Oh, sorry. But you're fast.
Not fast enough, yeah.
Check. Okay.
Oh my god, I
good
forgot about the clock again.
Good game.
I forgot about the clock. I forgot about the clock.
You're good. Okay, my guess is 2085 blitz.
No, I think it's like 1900.
I'm insulted. I guess I played really bad.
What is this?
I felt it.
Right?
Yes.
For chess.com, it's I mean, my peak is like 2300 something.
But what are you now?
And right now, probably somewhere 2200. I play more niches, I'm sorry. I play more niches.
It's one of those.
On niches is 24.
I actually started immediately, like 21, 22. But then you played.
I missed Rook.
No, you know what you did? You talked the confidence away.
The lone remaining pawn for Hans Niemann. This is all over. 18 seconds on the clock, and that's it. Magnus Carlsen gets the first win. You do not survive, and just like that, he did set up a little trick at the end, but Hikaru just too quick and just too fast and just too strong for that.
Rookie 3 best move attacking the queen. And the queen sacrifices itself. We have a queen sacrifice on the board.
Knight takes D1, bishop to D6.
The queen is trapped.
The queen is trapped.
What an idea.
Full minutes.
Down, yeah, 21 seconds against a minute something. Now he's just winning on time. Never doubt Ali Reza.
Wow. Wow, well, we learned our lesson there.
And shake of the head from both players. A big reaction.
But 40 seconds for Nepo.
And he takes the king.
What? Team G7.
And now White.
Oh, he mouse slipped. He mouse slipped.
Mouse slipped. No.
And welcome to the EWC Spotlight, where we're here to kind of recap everything that we have seen so far. I'm Amelie, and joining me on the, I was about to say desk, but it's more of a couch. Girlies, we've got Hercules and Glitter Explosion joining us. Glitter, you're here with us all the time, which I absolutely love. Yep. But can we just like pay attention to how cool Hercules' outfit is?
Top to bottom.
Top to bottom.
Thank you.
Nails,
I
hair,
wanted, like the
makeup,
ballerina
fit.
Frenchy vibe. Thank you. I appreciate it.
It's a vibe. Although I've been told from I think half of our guests at this point that I've been rocking Halloween colors because it's always orange and black. But look, pink.
No, you're changing it up today. You're switching it up on them.
Oh, switching it up on everybody. And speaking of which, we've seen some switch ups in these games.
Oh, yeah.
You were over at the STC Arena with some Rocket League. Girl, what have we seen so far?
Oh, my goodness. If you guys did not watch Rocket League today, you missed out. We got to officially start doing all the key crushing. R8 actually just crushed 5 Fierce keys. After, earlier this morning, TSM, everybody was like, oh, yay, APAC finally gets the win. It's so heartwarming. Right? And Vitality was like, stop talking. You're in France. Just go home. And yeah, other than that, it was the same old, same old. Falcons are still surviving. The Gentlemates are still in.
Sure.
Nothing too out of the ordinary there. I think the only big shock was SSG taking down Carmine Corp. If you missed that, you definitely should go back and watch it. I don't even think Carmine Corp expected it themselves. The fans were shocked, the players were shocked, but there's one more chance. It's the lower bracket starts tomorrow, and so a lot of time left in the week.
I love that. I feel like KC fans have been in shambles multiple times throughout the year.
Oh, is it rough for them in other places?
Yeah, it's been a little rough. League of Legends handed them a pretty difficult loss, but
Gentlemates,
they've been strong.
Yeah,
the whole summer. So I love that.
Drums ready to go.
All right, but over on the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet stage, we did have some Rainbow Six Siege.
Yeah, we've got two mostly big stories coming out of that stage, right? The first one being that our defending champs, Team Secret, just went out against GK Esports. So, that's kind of a big deal. We won't be getting a back-to-back out of them. We'll be getting a new title holder on that stage. And then on the other side of things, we're also looking at the Liquid and FaZe matchup. Obviously, we're talking about Liquid a lot this week when it comes to CC side of things, but there's a little bit of a family rivalry going on between these two squads. I think it's going to be a really, really close one.
Family rivalry? I love that. I love that aspect.
Twin brothers.
Wait.
You haven't heard of this?
I'm sorry.
Do you not know
Fill me in. Clearly, I'm living under a rock. Twin brothers?
Yeah, facing off against each other. And do you think this is an ideal situation or a less than ideal situation? They've done this before. They've already faced off against each other in the past. So they're no strangers to this.
I think that I want to be there at that Thanksgiving table.
You need to.
Right?
Get your invite in.
Just like mom and dad sitting at each end of the table, the boys there, and just being like, so, one of you guys is a winner.
And if quarterfinals too, so it's a big match.
Oh my gosh.
I might have to run away and go see that.
I love the family drama already.
Yeah.
That's amazing. But then, of course, over on the Alliance Vault stage for chess.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Hercules, we say it's our most physical esport here so far.
I think it is. You know how smart you have to be able to do that? Like, physically, you know, a lot of us might not be smart enough.
We had
to do it
previously. Crazy.
So crazy.
But Glitter, what's been throwing down on the chess stage?
Well, we had drama last time in the form of a misclick, right?
Oh.
Yeah.
Wait, T.
Yeah.
T.
This time, we have more drama, this time in the form of an upset. Okay? Because world number 8 in Rapid, I want to make sure I say this right, and China's #1 player, Wei Yi, has been eliminated in the group stage for the 2nd consecutive year of EWC. When you are that good at your game, to come in here and have that type of performance, it has to just be devastating knowing that you can do so much better than that.
Yeah, I mean, is it a choking situation?
Right.
Is it like the pressure getting to you?
Hey, these are
the
big
World Cup?
prize pools, all right? You're just like, what, Rocket League alone is like 7 million? This is our own like unofficial worlds too, so I can't even like fathom the chess people. I was in the makeup studio with some of them. The talent were like, we never get to see this. So I can't even imagine the players.
I feel like there's so much more drama coming out of chess than we would have ever guessed. Every single day it's something different.
I really want to know if there's any like, meet me in the parking lot after, and then like they both show up ready to brawl. Yeah, and it's just like a chessboard in the middle. Sit down on the floor and be like, oh, okay, that was a good move, brother. All right. But either way, as we get closer to the end of the week, we do have to talk about the club championship points and implications that we're seeing so far. And at the moment, Glitter, do we have anyone who's looking like a front runner?
We do, and it does tie into chess a little bit because we still are watching Aurora and AGAL. AGAL, obviously one of the teams at the top of the leaderboard, so we'll have to see how all of that unfolds specifically for chess. But then, like you were just saying, Herc, I mean, we've got Falcons in the running, Vitality in the running for Rocket League. Could either one of them win? Because right now, when it comes to club championship, they are the teams that are very high up there and are looking to get even more points.
All the Rocket League fans in chat just made the same face I did when you were like, could they win? We're like, unfortunately, it's probably going to be them in the finals going off before all of this. If the bracket plays out the way it should, there is a world where they do. I do know the Falcons are they're like in top 3-ish right now, or 4, which is like the lowest we've seen them in years. So our Rocket League team, they've won for the last 2 years.
Okay.
So they could be the ones to do that push.
Oh, 100%. All right. Well, still so many incredible and exciting games that we get to see throughout the rest of the week. But before I let both of you go, any last thoughts that you want to throw in here?
I'm a major fan of the both of y'all. They asked me if I wanted to jump on here, and I was freaking out. So thanks for having me. Yeah, they did. They told me they'd follow me back on Twitter.
Good job. It's true. It's accurate. It's accurate. Glitter, anything for you?
I'm ready to see how more competition unfolds, because I think by the time we get down to finals day for all of these titles, it's going to be crazy.
And I'm ready to find the Twitter accounts of both of those R6 players, and then maybe like DM the mom or like maybe a crazy aunt on the side and be like, so what's family dinner looking like and how can I get an invitation? But for everyone else, thank you so much for watching the EWC Spotlight, and we will see you all next time. Look how high it's going.
It's going up.
We're so
such a cute angle.
Chess returns to the Esports World Cup, and this time the road to the trophy starts before the group stage even begins. 16 players will battle for the title in Paris, where reigning champion Magnus Carlsen returns to defend his crown against the very best in the world. Every game is played with 10 minutes and no increments. Every second counts, and if a match ends level, an Armageddon decider will determine who moves on. But first, 8 players enter the play-ins. Every match is played over 2 games, and only 2 players will survive to complete the final field. They will join 14 players who have already qualified through the Speed Chess Championship and the Champions Chess Tour leaderboard, including defending champion Magnus Carlsen. Then comes the group stage. The 16 players will be split into 2 groups of 8, each competing in a double elimination bracket. Every match consists of 2 games, where every move can change the course of the tournament. Only the top 4 players from each group will reach the playoffs. From there is no second chance. The quarterfinals are played over 4 games per match. The semifinals raise the pressure with 6 games per match. And in the grand final, the 2 remaining players will fight for the title in a best-of-3 sets showdown. Get ready for a chess spectacle in the City of Love, where speed, nerve, and absolute determination will decide who rises.
All right, Damascus, it is playoffs day, and we are gonna get you into shape. You got no ELO, you got 100 honorary ELO, and you wanna be 1,300 like Big Hollywood, Magnus, etc., don't you?
I'm ready to train. 1,300 like you, let's go.
Come on, brother. Open fire!
Open fire.
Fee and cattle.
Fee and cattle.
Good bishop.
Good bishop.
Bad bishop.
Bad bishop.
Knight on the outpost.
Knight on the outpost.
Pass the pawn.
Pass pawn.
Pass pawn.
Pass pawn.
You gotta want it, Damascus. E4.
E5.
Okay. D3.
D6.
All right. A3.
I'll go to C5.
Did you just jump over a pawn with a bit?
Yes.
You can't do that, Damascus. 5 push-ups, bro.
F6.
No, you can't just cheat. Move the board. You don't deserve that right now. You're trying to be like Big Hollywood, ain't you? You're trying to be like Magnus Carlsen, ain't you? Get your ELO up. E4. E5. E6. Good job, baby. That's what I'm talking. Who do you want to be?
Magnus Carlsen.
Who else?
Hikaru Nakamura.
Who else?
From TV.
Yes, sir. Faster. 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 Good work, baby. Come on. Come on. Get that ELO up. Good work.
But what did he do with chess?
Welcome back, everyone, to the Esports World Cup in Paris, France. It's day number 4 for chess, which means we've got our top 8 players, and we're getting ever so close to the grand final. So much on the line, including raising the trophy up, and somebody will raise the trophy up just tomorrow. So today matters an entire amount. Hey, welcome into the Allianz Fault Time Taylor Reflections. No, Noble, I'm here. Hello. My goodness, what the heck just happened there? It's not going to happen again. Anna Kramling, Mike Klein. Good to see the both of you. First and foremost, Anna. Top 8, absolutely insane. But what about that workout this morning that apparently Rob and Damascus were getting? I don't know if this drill sergeant era for Rob is going to pay off for teaching Damascus chess.
Listen, I need to do that. I think they're going to improve so much at chess. They're doing everything you need. They're getting more physical. They're training chess. I mean, this is the combination that every chess player needs in the world.
I would say so. Physical, though, doesn't help you. Well, it at least helps keep the heart rate down. Mike, good to see you. $1.5 million on the line. We're talking $250,000 for first place, which is quite incredible. When it comes to the chess world, what does this mean?
Well, a lot. I mean, you can see the delta here between losing your opening match today and winning it all is about $180,000. Other than 1 or 2 players in this field, that's life-changing money. For 1 or 2 other players, that's just another day at the office. So I would be happy to switch places with them right now.
That's right. Well, a lot of money on the line. And when it comes to the EWC Esports World Cup, chess is a tremendous event. It was one that so many people were looking forward to. Now that it's here, we're now down to top 8. So many storylines to get through, but we need to recap how we got up to this point. Day 3 was incredibly exciting. We finished Group A, we finished Group B, and to walk you through all the stories is Nemo and Tanya.
Day 3 was all about survival. 8 players fighting for the remaining 4 spots in the playoff. Now Nemo, Hans Niemann was already down to the lower bracket thanks to Magnus Carlsen. But again, Sina move ahead. Hans is the one who moved forward. Sina almost making a comeback in that game too. But Hans super sharp even when the waters got choppy. And up ahead for Hans Niemann in the quarterfinals, it's Ali Razor Sharp Firouzja.
Sharp is going to be the key word for today because Arjun Erigaisi did sweep aside Pranesh to make it all the way into the playoffs and is going to be facing off against Hikaru Nakamura. Now, this is a matchup you do not want to miss because they're both extremely tactical, aggressive, initiative forward players, and they will be full of fireworks.
That's going to be one combustible matchup right there. But I have to say, Nemo, the biggest splash of the day, that came from 19-year-old Denis Lazovic. What a match it was, eliminating Jan Nepomniachtchi. And, you know, all that can be said about it, he was just swimming through all the pressure that Jan put on him.
Swimming through all the pressure. Speaking of swimming through all the pressure, Nihal Sarin is now also into the playoffs after beating Duda. I mean, this is going to be so exciting because if I was Nihal Sarin, I would not have wanted to be picked by Magnus Carlsen, which he did say on broadcast. He did get picked by Magnus. Nihal did not look too excited about it.
And you know, Nima, the best part, this is the exact same matchup from Riyadh last year at the quarterfinals. Will we have a different result this time?
Revenge arc.
It's the grudge match. Now, one thing's for sure, that our stage is set. The 8 players locked in, our quarterfinals bracket done. And you know, you win or you go home. Or Nemo, as some would say, you swim or you sink.
Are all these Finding Nemo jokes for me?
Well, you know what? Eventually, after 2 minutes, we did find Nemo. Now let's go find our champion.
And back to Stream B for a recap. Thank you, Jan and Kostya.
Hello folks, Kostya and Jan here from Stream B. Yesterday, we had a number of decider matches as 8 players had their dreams crushed and had to go home.
The B-Stream curse was in full effect. All 4 players we covered were out of the tournament by the end of the day. How about today? Any hope?
Today we have 2 exciting quarterfinal matches coming up, starting with Norbek Abdusatorov against Denis Lazovic, who represents the leading team, AGAL.
Norbek Abdusatorov actually chose Denis as his opponent, but Denis might not be good at crushing keys, but he's very good at crushing spirits. I'm not sure Norbek made the right choice there.
In the other match, we have none other than Hans Niemann going up against the runner-up from last year's EWC, Alireza Firouzja.
2 of the best and best known players in the world. Check in on the B-Stream.
See y'all soon.
Scrolling is cringe. Chess is fun. Get all the dopamine of looking at your screen and none of the guilt when you're improving your mind with chess. Want to improve at your own pace? Take a few seconds to complete a puzzle and learn something new. Don't be cringe. Play chess. There's something for everyone at chess.com. Learn, play, and have fun.
Thank you for the B-Stream update. Also, Tanya, how many Nemo references can we get today? I'm sure we can get a lot of them. I'm going to be thinking when we're in the green room during the first match. After all, though, today is important. We heard a little bit about how yesterday went, but what are you thinking today is going to look like?
Today, we're gonna get lots of keys getting crushed. That's everything that I know. But we're also going to be finding our finalists. So today, every day gets more exciting, but today is gonna be an incredible day.
Absolutely. 6 keys, in fact, are going to be crushed. The only 2 remaining are going to be first and second, who will be playing in tomorrow's competition. We'll still have the consolation prize for 3rd place, but after all, their key would already be crushed because technically they're out of the competition. But still a lot of money to play for. Now, today is impactful. We heard from Anna what she's thinking. Let's go back to Nemo and Tanya on what they're thinking day 4 is going to look like.
It's the quarterfinals of the Esports World Cup. No second chances. And now Nemo and I have to pick our 2 players to make it through to the semifinals. Nemo, you ready? You want to go first?
Sure, I'll go first because I have a really hot take here. It's going to be Magnus Carlsen.
Okay, hot take. Seriously, I mean, who would have thought, right?
No, I really went out on a limb here, but if Magnus Carlsen is available and he is here, he is the greatest player ever to walk on this planet. Of course I'm gonna pick him. I mean, sure, he didn't have the hottest couple of days. He did get by Andrei Sapenko as well as Hans Niemann earlier, and, you know, he wasn't feeling his greatest. But I do think that now, because it is the quarterfinals, he'll be giving it 110%.
It's also a player he's familiar with, taking on Nihal Sarin, exactly what he did last year. Now, my pick might be slightly hotter than that. I'm going to go with Arjun Aragaisi. It's Gen G for me, and he's up against Hikaru Nakamura. Now, Hikaru is a player who's tough to bet against, and I know all of that in this format. He's an absolute beast. But Arjun has been so clinical in his wins. 2-0 yesterday. You know, he just invites those imbalances. He's quick. But what has impressed me the most about Arjun in the EWC so far, Nemo,
has been his heart rate. It never goes beyond 60. And that's almost like a cheat code that's built in because nerves are super important.
Nerves are indeed super important. And on the subject of nerves, I'm going to go with AGAL Denis Lazovic because he showed really, really good nerves, really good fortitude. He definitely hasn't had the easiest road to get here, but now he feels like he's on fire. And I think that's going to be really important when he faces against Nordebek. So let's see. What about you? Who's your last pick?
You know, I love that you say that because are you ready for my last pick, Nemo? I'm taking you on this one. I'm going with Navi's Nordebek Abdusatrov. I mean, I get it. Lazovic scored the biggest upset yesterday, but Nordebek, he's had the biggest season coming into this tournament. He's been on his top form. Again, he needed no Armageddon to get to the stage. It's Nordebek for me.
All right, let's see who wins.
We'll find out.
Thank you, Nemo and Tanya. Nemo going with the hot takes, thinking Magnus is looking like the favorite. That is probably the hottest take I have heard all day long, to say the least. And by the way, you all can give us your takes with EWC Play, because we love seeing the predictions. That's one of the funnest parts, especially when the collective mind is wrong. If you think you can call it, go ahead and scan that QR code to get involved, because we'll be pulling up your predictions, whether it's on the casting desk or whether it's here. I love to see where the favor lies, and ultimately, if the small majority can get it right, the 20% versus the 80%. Either way, we've got a lot of stories to tell, and let's start moving into our Crunchyroll story of the day. It's deja vu, because we're going back to 2025. We've got 8 of the competitors from last year, now only 6 remain in it. 2 newcomers, Denis Lazovic hands also coming into the mix. But for the other 6, there's a lot of history to talk here. Let's move into our first story anyways. When it comes to Denis Lazovic, Hans Niemann, now new to the stage. Anna, what does that mean for those 2 newcomers? Obviously, when it comes to the chess scene, they're regarded as some of the best. But when it comes to the EWC stage, this is their first time.
I think that both players are very experienced. They've been to many other tournaments, of course, not EWC, but I think that with all the experience that they have, the tournaments that they won, they are ready for the EWC big stage.
That's right, but for the other 6 that have in fact been in the finals, some of them are hoping history repeats itself, some of them are hoping it's a little bit different this year.
Yeah, just pick up on Anna's point too. Even though Hans and Denis Lazovic may not be as experienced overall, they are experienced playing in person, whereas somebody like Nordebek doesn't have as much in-person experience. But I'm looking back to that 3rd place match last year between Hikaru and Arjun Aragaisi. That's a repeat that we're going to see coming up very soon. And that was about as back and forth as you can get. It was a 6-game match. Hikaru started out with a loss. Then he ended up making some wins to take the lead. Then he dropped a game. It went back to even. Then they played a winner-take-all game 6. So that was so back and forth. We only have 4 games, though, in the match today. So you really don't want to start out with a loss. So that one's definitely got my eye. And, of course, last year, Nihal said he wanted to play Magnus. He got his wish, and he got crushed 2.5 to 1.5. And now this year, he got picked. He doesn't want to play Magnus.
That's right, yeah.
But he's stuck with him.
Yeah, did you see the picking yesterday? And it was quite funny. Yeah, he did not want that matchup. Nihal was like, this is kind of going to be painful. But for Magnus, I mean, he picked his opponent. He wanted a rematch from last year. At the end of the day, he feels comfortable with it.
Absolutely. I mean, of course, for Nihal, knowing that he didn't have the best match against Magnus last year, it's tough to have to replay that, but hopefully it serves as motivation for him to try to get a revenge. And I'm sure that he's been preparing for the big Magnus Carlsen matchup.
Well, talk about preparation. Grand Finals was the preparation leading into this year. We could very well have a Grand Finals rematch from last year going into semifinals today.
That's right. In fact, again, prognosticating Magnus's road, he'll have to beat 2 Falcons potentially, but in reverse order. Last year, he had to take down Hikaru Nakamura and then Alireza Firouzja. But if he makes it to the semis, there is a possible matchup with Alireza in the semis. And then, of course, Hikaru is in the other bracket. He might have to play Hikaru in the final. So double Falcons, but a little reverse season 2026.
Yeah, it's pretty insane, right? The bracket is already stacked, and it hasn't even started yet, but that's what we expected, right? We started with 22, now down to 8, and it only gets more intense as we continue on. There's a lot of orgs represented, not only in today's competition, but also at the Esports World Cup as a whole. We need Trav to give us a Club Championship update powered by Aramco.
The playoffs in chess are packed with Club Championship storylines. Straight away, we start things off with AGAL versus Navi. That's going to be Denis Lazovic versus Abdusatrov, which is a huge matchup in terms of Club Championship because it's going to swing the points massively no matter where it goes. It's first place in AGL versus 3rd place in Navi. Sitting in between them is Team Falcons, with Hikaru Nakamura and Ali Reza Farouja. They're both looking to get out the quarterfinals today and secure 2 semi-final spots, which will give them a great chance of going all the way to the finals. But I don't think we can forget about Magnus Carlsen. He's going to be representing Team Liquid, and they got knocked out of Rainbow Six Siege yesterday too, so everything lays on his shoulders for Team Liquid. He's going to have to put up a big performance today to get through to the semi-finals, but we expect that to happen nonetheless. Stay tuned, as we'll keep you updated on all things Club Championship.
This is it, ladies and gentlemen, the quarterfinals at the Esports World Cup in chess. $1.5 million is the prize fund, and these are the final 2 days. We have started our main chess event here in Paris with 22 of the world's best, fastest chess players. We are now down to 8 and 8 players only. Half of them will move on to the semi-finals, and the other half, unfortunately, will be eliminated and their keys will get crushed. We are starting our day today here in the quarterfinals on Stream B with a matchup that is quite the fight. We have Grandmaster Nodirbek Abdusattorov representing Team Navi, currently in 3rd place in the Club Championship, facing Grandmaster Denis Lazovic representing AGAL, the leaders of the Club Championship with just this 1 week to go. It's huge stakes for the teams, for the esports organizations, and huge stakes for the players at the moment. If you're in the playoffs, guys, I don't know if you noticed, but making it to the playoffs is $75,000. So these 2 players already have earned $75,000. If you make it to the semifinals, you are in the 6 digits. That's what's on the line in this match. Kostya, what do you think of that?
Wow, huge. Imagine playing chess and earning 6 figures for just one event. But think about how hard it's been for both of these players to get here. I mean, how many world-class players each of them had to defeat. I'm thinking about Denis Lazovic right now, upsetting Jan Nepomniachtchi, one of the big pre-tournament favorites going into the event in yesterday's decider match to get here. Anna, Zach, I think it's going to be an incredible fight today. I'm very much looking forward to it.
And how about Nodirbek Abdusattorov? Hasn't even lost the game yet, not even a draw. Swept his 2 opponents so far. I mean, so impressive. I have him as a pretty big favorite coming into this.
Oh, okay. I'm going to disagree. I mean, I think it's going to be very close. I think both these guys are superstars. I totally agree that Nodirbek is the favorite on paper. He's a higher rated player over the board. He's much more accomplished in over the board chess than Denis Lazovic. But Lazovic has a 6th sense when it comes to online chess, especially in these scrambles. And he's been down in the dirt. He's been fighting back. I remember he got flagged by Nakamura the other day. Nodirbek has had a clean ride. He hasn't really been challenged yet, but today I think he will be by Lazovic.
Those are some great points by both of you, and I love the disagreement. I love that you think this or that. But let's hear it from the man himself, Nodirbek Abdusattorov, on what he thinks of his chances here at the Esports World Cup in Paris.
Nodirbek, good morning. Hope you had a lovely night of sleep. Group stages are now over. Single elimination bracket now, no second chances. You're playing Denis first. Talk to me about how you're feeling this morning.
I'm feeling great, ready to fight. My opponent, Denis, is a very great player, very dangerous, very talented. I played him mostly online. In our last match, he went to Armageddon. At the end, he won that game, but it was very, very close. So I'm excited to play him, and yeah, I'm expecting a great fight.
When you guys play online in general, what kind of time control is it normally? 3 minute, 1 minute?
Well, I don't think we played many like friendly games. We only faced, I think, on Title Tuesdays occasionally, or in some, I don't know, some chess.com events. But yeah, I mean, I played him, very few games, like compared to other players. I played them against like many games. So Denis is the least player that I played. So it's gonna be interesting. He's very dangerous player. He's very solid, very creative player. So we'll see. I think its chances are 50-50.
All right, well, looking forward to watching the match. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, John. And yes, those have been the words of Nodirbek Abdusattorov. He puts it at a 50-50. Very humble. He is the favorite in this match. But of course, Denis Lazovic, very dangerous opponent. He beat Hikaru Nakamura in a match at the Speeches Finals in London just a few months ago to qualify to the Esports World Cup here in Paris. And that was just not one game or two. That was 26 games against Hikaru Nakamura to beat him. Like, what is that like, Zach? That Denis, 19 years old, he's here because he beat one of the greatest Speeches players ever to exist in a match of 26 games.
It shows a lot of promise coming from him. And might I also mention, he also beat Nodirbek Abdusattorov in the Chess.com Open in Armageddon. So that tells us a lot about his resistance and his longevity coming into a match like this. If there's an Armageddon force, he might have the upper hand.
Yeah, I mean, look, any chess player can get lucky and beat Nakamura in a single 3-minute blitz game, except me. I haven't been able to do it. But Lazovic is able to beat Naka over a 25-game match, basically on Naka's home court territory, right? The online, the Speed Chess Championship. So Lazovic, for me, he's just one of the most dangerous players out there. But Nodirbek is obviously one of the best players in the world himself. He was in the finals of the EWC last year, making it to the playoffs, just barely missing out on that final stage. So this is going to be very, very close. I think it's got to be 50-50. It's either one or the other.
We agree with Nodirbek in that sense, and a very interesting detail for this matchup, by the way, is that the top 2 seeds yesterday got to pick their opponents. That was Magnus Carlsen picking his opponent, and Nodirbek picked his opponent too. He picked Denis Lazovic over Hans Niemann. Kostya, what do we think of that, and also Denis's reaction to when he was picked?
I mean, that was quite an interesting moment. Nodirbek's explanation that he's faced Hans so many times, he wanted a fresh challenge in Lazovic. I totally understand that. I can also see him just not wanting to play Hans, who had a very good day yesterday. But we should remind the viewers, technically, Lazovic won the tournament. He attached his opponent's key to that winning trophy. We all saw it live. We all saw this clip. So he is the current defending champion of this event, and he is the one to beat.
That was quite the iconic moment of the event. I think it has never happened in the history of Esports World Cups. That was the first that a player, instead of crushing the key of their opponents, it was actually attached to the trophy. Denis claiming it for himself or claiming it for Jan Nepomniachtchi. If you have not seen that moment from yesterday's stream, you need to check it out on social media. It's everywhere, and I think it's one of the most memorable moments of the Esports World Cup here. But for these two, their keys are still intact, but only one of those keys will survive this match. One of these Grandmasters is going through to the semifinals, earning 6 digits already here in prizes, and the other will be eliminated. The keys will get crushed. And also, very important reminder that in the quarterfinals, it's already a best of 4. The players need to prevail in 4 games, 2 games with the white pieces, 2 games with the black pieces. Time control remains the same, 10 minutes, no increment. And in case of a tie, we're gonna see an Armageddon after Game 4. We are just about to get started here. The stage, the lights, the show, it's on. It's Team Navi currently in 3rd place. Nodirbek Abdusattorov on the left side, and Team AGAL leading at the moment the Esports World Cup. Huge hopes on their side for Denis Lazovic to do well here and keep their first spot. Whoever wins this match will score very well for their esports teams. And of course, as we mentioned, the prize will get into 6 digits if you win this one single chess match. Easier said than done, Zach.
Yeah, easier said than done as we see the participants.
They're getting ready.
Getting
the
ready
game
and
is
getting
underway.
about.
Nodirbek white in the first game as he starts with the queen pawn. Both of these players off to a flying start. Zach, let's just remind the viewers, actually, this is just a quarterfinal, but these are the 2 teams that are actually currently leading the EWC. Denis's team, Team AGAL, they're in 1st place. Nodirbek's team, Team Navi, they're in 3rd place. The winner of the entire chess bracket gets 1,000 points for their team, which would basically mean Team Navi can catch up to AGAL in the standings. But one of these guys is going home today. They're only going to score 200 points for their team if they get knocked out. So this is a huge matchup, not just for these players, not just for the tournament, but for the entire EWC.
Huge matchup. They have their teams relying on them. And can you tell us about the opening so far, Kostya?
Yes, we have the classic Queen's Gambit decline. Lazovic, a very solid, classy player, sticking to one of his usual setups with black. He loves this really solid stuff. Noterbeck, he can play anything with white, e4, d4, c4, knight f3. Here he decides to start off with a pretty tame positional game, but look at his last move, d5, advancing in the center and looking for a bit of an edge. He wants to recapture that pawn with his knight and start getting up into black's position.
Unbalancing the position there with that pawn to d5 march. I like the pressure so far put on by Noterbeck, and remains to be seen, how is Denis Lazovic going to answer this question?
Yeah, there we go. He goes knight to b6, keeping the tension, not wanting to trade, instead inviting black to trade on e6. Noterbeck obliges, and this one is a very interesting position for me because it doesn't really look like white is really playing for much here. In fact, it's black that has more space on the queen side. All of his pieces that are virtually developed, but Noterbeck clearly knows what he's doing. The players prepared all night for this match. They knew the matchup going in. In fact, Noterbeck chose his opponent. So for sure, he is still likely following his game plan.
And we have a very interesting imbalance here. The black pieces have 3 pawns on that left flank of the board, whereas the white pieces only have 2 pawns. So this favors the black pieces in some scenarios and endgames in which it's more easy to convert that 3-on-2 majority.
Yeah, Dennis already thinking about the long-term strategic considerations of this position. Of course, we're very far away from the endgame, but this is something that chess players have to think about. Who does the endgame favor? Because then that informs them. Do they want to trade queens or do they need to keep more pieces on the board?
So far, we have a very open position, I would say, with bishops lasering through. I like that dark squared white bishop on that square f4 there. Ooh, and the knight jumps attacking this bishop, trying to create some weaknesses.
Yeah, Noterbeck playing this very ambitiously. He hasn't castled yet. Doesn't feel like he needs to, as his king is still safe. He can castle at any moment if necessary. Had he just castled there, black could have brought his knight to d5 in the center, start trading off pieces, and basically playing for that nice endgame. So he's trying to put some pressure on his opponent. As we mentioned, Noterbeck have been very impressive in this tournament so far. He beat Pranesh 2-0, who we saw on this stage. Pranesh is no slouch. And then he beat Jan Krzysztof Duda 2-0, who's just one of the best players in the world, period.
Absolutely. And Jan Krzysztof Duda was like crushing his opponent in his last match.
Yeah, shows
all to be crushed by Noterbeck.
There are levels to this game. Yeah, you beat your opponent 2-0, then the next guy eats your lunch 2-0. So there's queen c8. An interesting move from Denis, offering up the bishop. He will then recapture with the queen. White gets the famous bishop here, but on the other hand, black's pieces coordinate perfectly. He'll have this d5 square for the knights. His rooks can quickly come to the center. I think Denis is totally fine here just thus far.
I love the white pieces. Noterbeck has these 2 bishops. This bishop pair can act really strong in the center, acquiring a lot of squares of both colors on this chessboard.
Yeah, clearly White's next move is likely going to be bishop to f3, putting that bishop on the long diagonal. In the meantime, Denis, of course, is going to vacate the a8 square for his rook, get to somewhere safe, maybe rook ac8, rook ad8. No, he goes knight to d5, immediately challenging one of White's bishops there on f4, the dark squared bishop.
Yeah, I like this move by Denis Lazovic, centralizing his knight, and that knight kind of acts as a bully in the center, kind of kicking that bishop back.
And Noterbeck trades a pair of knights, drops his bishop back to g3. Now maybe we'll see bishop to f6 at some point for black, putting his bishop on the long diagonal. Maybe pawn c5 to c4, taking some more space. There's the c-pawn push. And now if White challenges this pawn with b2, b3, Zach, there's going to be c4, c3, just advancing that pawn even further.
Yeah, a nice little bit of prophylaxis there by the black pieces, anticipating every move that White plays.
Then we see rook ad1, just developing his rook ad8, mirroring White's rooks. Now, there's only one real open file here. That's the d file. I can imagine both sides here about to double their rooks and start fighting for the one open file.
And Denis Lazovic has a very scary pawn structure suddenly. Those 3 black pawns aligned on those light squares are really starting to be scary.
Yeah, Black's majority is very much alive, whereas White's hasn't really moved that much yet. That said, we do have the bishop pair on the board. Yesterday, we saw how dangerous the bishop pair can be in Benjamin Bach's hands, as he won an amazing game against Pranesh. This time, Noterbeck holds the bishops, and yeah, we'll see what we can do with them.
Yes, that raise of bishops in that game between Benjamin Bach and Pranesh, that was something to see.
Yeah, very, very nice coordination. The power of the two bishops is that one bishop controls the light squares, the other one controls the dark squares. Together, they form this absolute bind. You know, you cannot cross their path without one of the bishops harming your pieces. So still very much an equal position, but this could easily go wrong for either side. If Black allows the bishops to get active, he can get in trouble. If White allows this pawn majority on the queen side to start advancing, he might face some danger as well.
Magnus Carlsen famously said 2 adjacent bishops side by side on a square side by side are some of the strongest 2 pieces in the entire game of chess.
Now the players here are still keeping it pretty chill, actually. A cool 100 beats per minute for each of them. Yesterday, we saw numbers as high as 180 and as low as 50 beats per minute from a certain Arjun Erigaisi. Now, those are sleeping numbers. Yeah. No, I mean, what a calm guy. Oh, my God.
180, that's 3 beats per second. That's insane.
Yeah. I mean, chess can get quite thrilling. The players both know how much is on the line, not just for their teams, but also for themselves. At this point, they're playing for 6 figures. That might be their biggest paycheck yet.
Absolutely. There's so much on the line for each, not only for the paycheck, but also for their teams.
And despite that, both these guys have to be incredibly precise here. The position is still quite calm here, quite timid, but it could explode at any moment if one side starts getting a little bit too frisky. That's the interesting thing about chess. They're playing for hundreds of thousands of dollars on the line, and yet the position is calm. They have to just keep patience. They can't just go crazy. You know, you can't just go all ham on your opponent. You can't win a game just because you want to. You have to play according to the needs of the position. Right now, the position demands that the players play with precision and care.
Still for now, but as we tick down on the clock, this might be a different story as moves will start to ramble on in.
Yeah, I really hope we get to see some time scrambles today, because I think this is where both players can really shine. Once it goes down to seconds, they just start playing on pure instinct, pure nerves. And yeah, we should see some incredibly exciting action coming up.
So this rook moves to e1. Very interesting. It seems like the rook is quite passive there, but it has some long-term prospects.
Yeah, supporting an eventual push of the e-pawn. White could have pushed the pawn already, but he decides to just support it with the rook first. There's no need to push that pawn right away, blocking in his light-scored bishop. But now Black has a number of reasonable moves. Dennis decides to drop back with the knight to e7, temporarily of just avoiding that e-pawn attack, maybe repositioning his knight over to the c6 and eventually e5 square. Oh, and there's bishop to c7.
I love that move.
Karpovian idea to fight for the d-file.
And that was the best move of the position by far. Noterbeck kind of forcing matters right now.
Yeah, he finds a really nice move. This is a really high-class maneuver, basically attacking the d8 square. So now Black's rook has to either give up the d-file by moving away or give up the d-file by trading for the white rook on d1. Neither is really ideal for Black, but Dennis doesn't seem phased. He trades rooks, and now he challenges that dark squared bishop with the move bishop to e5.
And White has accrued the d-file, but must trade off their bishop pair. And here we have more trades.
Queen to c3. Now that's surprising. He's offering a queen trade, and he's going to damage his own structure after Black takes on c3. Both of White's pawns will be weak, but Noterbeck's idea here is that he holds the d-file for his rook. So in all of these endgames, his rook is going to be the more active piece. The bishop will definitely be dominant over the knight. That said, though, that's a pretty serious concession. I think Black does have to take here.
Black must take, where this light squared bishop might dominate this Black knight for the remainder of the game. But will Black be able to manufacture some counterplay with those 3-on-2 pawns on that left flank?
I think that's got to be the play here. So Dennis right now thinking, can he trade queens? And then what's his follow-up? Does he bring his rook to b8? Does his king slide over? How is he going to continue from there? He doesn't want to just waltz into some endgame where he's worse. He wants to really make sure that this is the best he can achieve.
Precision is everything here. Denis Lazovic taking the valuable time off his clock to make a precise move. Trades queens, and now we hop into an endgame.
Yeah, he does go for it and then quickly blitzes out this move, knight to c8. Transferring the knight maybe to the b6 and a4 square, where it can start targeting that c-pawn. I definitely like this plan for black, kind of forcing white, giving white something to think about as well. It's not just going to be all roses and rainbows for Noterbeck, bringing the rook to d7, bishop to d5, putting pressure. He also has some weaknesses he has to worry about.
Yeah, might I say, despite the majority of the black pawns on that left flank, I do appreciate the control that the white pieces and Noterbeck has in this position coming into this endgame.
And now Noterbeck, he's a minute up on the clock, but he's spending some time here trying to figure out exactly how he can maximize his chances in this one. Yesterday, we saw so many nice endgames. I remember Hans winning this rook endgame against Sina move ahead, where he's just nursing a very unhealthy pawn up, but he managed to milk it eventually into a win. Noterbeck here, definitely a player who's capable of winning from any position, equal, worse, slightly worse, losing. It's just such a dangerous player. But yeah, give him an endgame advantage. He's a really technical guy. He'll gladly convert that rook and bishop against rook and knight any day. Here we see a4, pawn takes a4. All of black's pawns on the queen side now weak, but he does have one extra pawn for the moment.
Yes, that extra pawn, though, will not last long on this chessboard, as it will be weakened and recaptured very, very soon.
But how does white actually generate winning chances here? Because black can go knight to b6, for example, and then maybe rook to b1. Okay, so a3, Denis launching that pawn forward in order to distract the rook from the d file. Then his rook can come in on the d file down to d3 and get counterplay against white's other weakness in the position, the c pawn.
Very, very interesting strategical maneuver there by the black pieces.
Oh, but there's knight e7. Now maybe knight to b5.
Knight to b5 looks very dangerous.
Oh, keen spot there from Lazovic. But he starts with rook to c8. So now when rook takes a3, he's going to have knight b5 anyway, attacking the pawn and winning the pawn on c3. Honestly, I'm starting to like black a tiny bit here. He's got the c pawn, and maybe he's going to be able to create a passer here very soon.
It's looking pretty difficult for Noterbeck Abdusattorov coming into this deep stage of the endgame where we're fighting over pawns and every little detail matters.
Indeed, every detail matters. Now, when rook takes a6, knight takes c3, black tags that bishop on d5, meaning white doesn't have time for rook to a7, which would otherwise just give him a fantastic initiative against black's king side. Instead, he'll have to move the bishop here after knight takes c3 or defend it with a move like pawn to e4. But black's rook and pawn are positioned perfectly now. The rook behind the passed pawn. Noterbeck has to be precise here, I think, not to get into trouble.
This is a very difficult position to navigate and defend for Noterbeck, as his options are getting fewer and fewer on the chessboard.
Drops the bishop back. Now Denis probably moved this knight off of c3. There we go. And start to launch that pawn forward. I'd be panicking here as white. I mean, the engine says it's equal because it sees a defense, but as white, you don't know that. You don't know that you're actually stopping this pawn.
This is a very, very difficult pawn to stop. This is called a pass pawn in chess. It is super, super strong because it is past the enemy's pawn structure and can laser through into the enemy's position to try to promote to a queen.
On the other hand, Noterbeck does get his rook over to c1 in time. Now he can inch his king closer. I actually don't think this pawn is that dangerous. In fact, it might even start to get a little tricky for black in order to hang on to this pawn. If he loses it, then he's got to defend a 4 versus 3 on the king side.
This knight cannot meet that b3 square and attack the rook in time, and instead has to defend its pawn, rendering this knight quite passive. And now this rook b8, rook b1 maneuver is a little bit too slow because white's king catches up.
The king comes in, and I'm starting to see how we might get a draw here. You know, the king is going to approach the pawn with king to d2, but then black has knight to b1 check, forcing the king back, and then he can come back to a3. So this should end in some kind of draw, maybe even rook to c3 right now, stopping the king from advancing further.
A draw for Denis Lazovic and those black pieces would be in his favor, forcing that next game with white.
Absolutely. Now, this is a 4-game match. This is only game 1 of 4. So a draw doesn't really hurt each player too much, but of course, you got to like it if you're black here.
You got to play the man at a certain point and get that draw with black. push for that win with white. And I feel like this tactic is working well for Denis Lazovic so far, as he's playing for kind of this equality here.
Rook to b8, bishop b4, rook to b1. Of course, white is never going to take there because then black promotes and makes a new queen. But then after king to d2, white's going to be threatening to take this pawn on c2. And so how does Denis plan on dealing with this one?
This is a rather difficult position that Denis Lazovic has now, as his pawn on c2 is simply falling.
He's able to give up the pawn. But there's
we have a repetition that's going to happen.
Mechanism.
Wow.
Knight c4, knight b2.
Absolutely beautiful. Forcing the draw with the black pieces is Denis Lazovic.
Zach, that was a perfect game. 98.3% accuracy for both players. Neither of them made a mistake. Nordebek maybe had a tiny advantage there at some point, but not enough to really get anything going.
That is the tale of the tale from this game. Absolute world-class chess we are witnessing.
Yeah, such a high-level game. It's honestly incredible how good these guys can play with just 10 minutes on their clock. It's like the first move they come up with is rarely a mistake, let alone a blunder.
I'm looking back through this game. I'm seeing one orange move by the computer, one singular mistake, and it was made by Denis Lazovic on move 23. That's it.
Yeah,
that's it.
And it was really a minor mistake. It wasn't like Nordebek could really exploit it that well. So with perfect play, this game was always going to end in a draw. But they can't draw all their games, Zach, because if the match is tied after 4, they will be going to Armageddon. And in Armageddon, a winner will be decided no matter what.
The Armageddon, a very unforgiving format of chess that forces a winner out.
Yeah, absolute sudden death. You definitely love to see it. We've seen so many Armageddons here on the Battleground stage, and now we got a slightly different opening. Denis Lazovic playing with the white pieces. He also goes for the queen pawn. That is usually his favorite. And Nordebek goes for a queen's gambit. Accept it. We've seen a lot of queen's gambit declines in this field, but we haven't seen too many queen's gambit accepted. Of course, white wins back the pawn very, very quickly. It's not a true gambit in the sense, real sense of the word, but nevertheless, we get a very interesting structure here. A4, knight d7, both players blitzing out their moves. Nordebek very, very fast to the punch here. He basically only used just the seconds he needed to move his mouse so far.
Wow. And is black sacrificed a pawn for activity?
Yeah, in fact, this black that's actually gambited this b pawn. It's a very kind of thematic sacrifice. And c6, is that a mouse slip? No, I think it's an intentional move, challenging the bishop. But for sure, black is going to want to play c5 soon. It's a really interesting type of idea. Basically, you give up a pawn. You're not really trying to win it back anytime soon, but you're just banking on the fact that it's going to be so hard for white to do anything with this b pawn. As soon as you push it forward, it just becomes a weakness. Black has all the open lines in the position, great control over the e4 square. I'd say full compensation here for Nordebek.
Although we have seen some small advantages that long-term play out, as maybe the white pieces and Denis Lazovic can milk out this advantage long-term if he can protect his b-pawn.
And yeah, I think from white's point of view, it's probably not the worst situation to be in. Generally, white is kind of playing for 2 results. On the other hand, one mistake here, and you could give black just a raging initiative. So both sides definitely have to be quite careful.
And white aims to finish their development there with bishop to d2. And the question remains, how is black going to manufacture this counterplay being down a pawn, or does it even matter, as that pawn will just be insignificant?
Yeah, I think black just kind of plays a position. You just kind of pretend like you're not down a pawn, you're not really worse here. It's really up to white to prove that the pawn is actually going to do something to you one day. So I think black has a lot of moves. Basically, just move the rook to any open file. Rook b8, rook c8, rook to d8. Nordebek chooses the b8 square. I think that makes a lot of sense, lining up against that b pawn. If black ever does win this pawn back, then the position is either just going to be completely equal, or maybe black will even be better because he'll have a bit of an initiative.
Nordebek, as you see there, thinking he has the upper hand in this match. From historical data, he has 9 wins to 7 losses versus Denis Lazovic online. So a bit of a buffer zone there, but he has a little bit of a plus score against his opponent.
Definitely a slight edge for Nordebek. He's also the much more accomplished classical player, which for these guys, I think it does kind of matter, you know, who's the higher rated player in terms of FIDE, who's been better in terms of their classical tournament career. Lazovic actually is, I would say, definitely one of those onliners, right? An online specialist. He's so good in tournaments. Title Tuesday, Speed Chess Championship, Champions Chess Tour. Basically, the kid is just dangerous with the mouse.
And that plays in to what he offers in this matchup. When that clock goes down to 3 minutes, to 2 minutes, to 1 minute, and especially to 30 seconds, Denis Lazovic might be one of the top players in this very tournament.
Absolutely. Yeah, I would say him and maybe Nihal Sarin are just two of the absolute bullet monsters in this field. Of course, everyone else, Magnus, Nakamura, definitely Ali Reza Farouja. These guys are all incredibly good with the mouse, but somehow these speed demons, these youngsters, like I said before, they just have a sixth sense when it comes to pre-moves, tricking the opponent, anticipating what the opponent is going to do in just a mere seconds. But when it comes to crushing keys, not their strength.
Not their strength, as Denis Lazovic did not figure that one out yesterday.
Now, knight to e4 here, played by Noterbeck, and Lazovic here, you know, he's not trying to prove anything thus far. I think he's just taking a very classic, solid approach. He has the extra pawn, but he doesn't have to do anything with it right away. So first he improves his rook. Then he gets his bishop off of d2, so it's not hanging. Now he's playing h3, so that he never has to worry about a back rank checkmate for the rest of the game. And he's putting the pressure a little bit on Noterbeck's side. He's like, you know what? We both know I'm up a pawn here. I know I'm going to have to push it at some point, but you also have to keep your pieces well placed so that I'm not able to just get a clean pawn up.
Yeah, it's very difficult to navigate this if you're playing the white pieces, because you have that psychological advantage, right? I'm up a pawn. I'm up a pawn. But you can't really make anything out of it. So what are you up of?
Yeah, basically just playing the long game, maybe trying to trade a piece here, trade off a piece there, eventually get into an endgame where the extra pawn does start to count. We have seen a number of endgames kind of go this way. It seems to be very typical, especially in this time format. You know, objectively, white doesn't really have a real advantage here, but as the time ticks down, it becomes harder and harder for black to continue to find precise moves, not having that several minutes on the clock. And right now, actually, the computer is starting to give white a bit of an advantage, up to a half pawn now. So we can say he's half a pawn ahead, according to the all-powerful engine. In fact, it's really liking this knight to b5 move I'm seeing from the corner of my eye. And Lazovic finds it. Of course, it's a logical move. He trades off a pair of pieces. Generally, when you're up a pawn, you do want to start trading pieces off, trying to get to the endgame. Now, if we traded all the pieces off, Zach, just magically, going into a king and a pawn endgame, so just king and pawns, well, then white's completely winning. It's just resignable. One extra pawn in a king and pawn endgame often decides the day, especially if it's a pass pawn on the edge of the board. But here, of course, there's still many pieces remaining, so Lazovic very much has his work cut out for him.
And now it seems like Lazovic has this full pawn up for real.
Yeah. I think Noterbeck's opening, although it's precise, he hasn't quite managed to figure out exactly how to maintain his compensation. And he's basically just looking to be an actually clean pawn down. Like, black doesn't really have such a huge edge here in terms of the piece activity. Now white can consider trading bishops. He can also just pull his bishop back. That decides to trade.
Analysis board in front of me delayed 5 to 10 full seconds.
2 knights each, and you know, it looks like white's just going to be able to use this extra pawn, just start pushing it up. Now, after black takes back, maybe b4, b5.
And Denis Lazovic might make an upset here with this game and take this lead, which would mean a lot for AGAL.
Yeah, winning this first white game for Denis would be huge. He'd have 1.5 half-point lead. But of course, nothing would be over just yet. Noterbeck would then have 2 games left to strike back. But yeah, we can see Noterbeck. I feel like he's starting to get a little bit uncomfortable. I think he realizes that this hasn't gone the way he's wanted it to. His heart rate is rising a little bit as well. But for the moment, it's still a very, very difficult technical task. The bad news for Noterbeck, though, is that Denis Lazovic is an amazingly gifted technical player. He loves these little end games, finding these little tricks. He's very Karpovian himself in that sense, where he can really nurse that small advantage up to a decisive one.
And now Denis is figuring out, okay, maybe I can keep this pawn long term. Maybe I can route with this advantage. But how to proceed here? What is the plan for the white pieces in order to acquire a decisive advantage from this pawn up?
Well, eventually he's just going to have to start pushing that pawn, maybe trading rooks. And look at this, Zach. We got a town hall meeting of knights in the center of the board.
What do you think they're discussing?
I mean, probably, the day's activities, horse rights, all kinds of stuff.
Oh, the horse right treaty of 1962.
Yes. I mean, many things have been decided in the town square for these knights. Maybe they want to finally be equal to those bishops. Everyone loves a good bishop pair. How about the knight pair? How come no one ever talks about the knight pair? That's what they're saying right now.
They're just horsing around right there in the center of the board, doing a little waltz, doing a little knight dance. Who doesn't love that?
Those knights be hopping. One of White's knights definitely going to look at that C6 square and start encroaching on Black's territory. In the meantime, Noterbeck comes in with queen to A2. He's tired of not creating any real threats. Comes in with the queen and now is starting to put pressure on Dennis. He's still a pawn up, but very, very difficult to deal with Black's activity.
Oh, I've got a good one for the knights in the center. They're just horsing around.
It's okay. That's second time already. And now what is White going to do here? He can't just keep popping around with those knights. Somehow he has to deal with this queen on A2. Okay, there's knight to D3, dropping back to defend that B pawn. Now queen A6, challenging the knight on D3. This one is now hanging. Maybe White can slide the queen over or come up with queen to E2. Now queen E2, there would be blunders. Knight to C3 using the pin. Instead, we see rook to D1, defending the knight. Now G6. Noterbeck just improving his position on the king side.
And seems as though Denis Lazovic taking a bit of time, but I see the light at the end of the tunnel for Denis Lazovic here, as he could very well put that pawn up, finally push it through, and make it a convincing, dangerous monster.
Actually, big moves here from Lazovic as he just played F3 and the E4, kicking both of Black's knights away from the center. These guys used to be friends, the knights I mean, but now they are no longer. Now Black is getting basically excommunicated there from the center. That knight on D5 is going to have to find a new square. On the other hand, the knight on D4 just lost all of its stability as well. Maybe queen A7, queen B6, challenging that knight on D4 and threatening to take it with check.
And now we have a knight standoff. Both knights are attacked. Will you defend both? Will you take the first one? What do we got here?
Thinking queen F2 looks to be like a tempting move. Just defending that knight on D4, breaking the pin as well, keeping the threat alive against the knight on D5. But let's see what Dennis comes up with. One thing he's not going to do is take that knight on D5 himself, because then Black takes White's knight with check and then will win back the pawn. There's queen F2. Love this move for White. And now Dennis has to figure out how is he going to keep proceeding here? Is he finally going to push that B pawn? Zach, what do you think? It's move 28. What move does he actually advance that B pawn?
I am so glad you asked this question, because I've been waiting since basically the dawn of time for this B pawn to move. I am on the edge of my seat here waiting for this pawn to move. Hopefully in the next 10 moves. I give it a good move 37 prediction. How about yourself?
Move 37. I'm taking the over on that for sure. It's only move 30 right now. I think he's going to keep hopping around for a good 10, 15 moves there. Only in deep into the endgame, I think, is he actually going to start advancing it. But you might be right. You might be right. I mean, his knight is on D3, so he's ready to advance B4 whenever he wants to.
And look at that heart rate slowly rising by Noterbeck. Look at that. It was at 100, then 115 beats per minute, and now 126.
Yeah, he's feeling the pressure, and he allowed the queen trade. Again, this is not exactly what you want when you're a pawn down. Lazovic snapped that queen off because he knows in the end game, it's just play for 2 results. Maybe he can win, maybe not, but he's never losing this game short of a catastrophic blunder, and I love how he's playing this so far.
This is a wide open position for Denis Lazovic, who has the world in his hands in this moment. As, might I say, achieving this type of position against world top 10 Noterbeck Abdusattorov with good time on the clock is a really strong show for Denis Lazovic.
Yeah, basically he's doing to Norderbeck what Norderbeck does to other world-class grandmasters, which is just kind of dominating them on the board, not giving them a chance, keeping his advantage. And yeah, no, we can really see Norderbeck feeling the pressure here. I mean, this is 100% in Denis's wheelhouse. You remember that match yesterday against Nepo? I just love the way he played that match. One and a half against just one of the best players in the world, multiple-time world championship challenger. There's another pair of knights that have just traded off, and yeah, now it's just a healthy pawn up for white, and I'd say his winning chances here are 50-50.
I have 2 moves for the white pieces to push that pawn, and maybe it might happen on move 37 exactly.
Oh my God, move 37! Oh no, you called it. Unbelievable. No, Denis Lazovic just, I know Norderbeck did everything he could to stop the pawn from advancing, and just in the nick of time, Denis does push it up to b3. Why do I think that's not going to make the highlight reel, Zach? I thought it was such a special moment.
I don't know. I'm rooting for this pawn since day one. I always believed in this pawn. Seeing this pawn make it on the great stage, it's very inspirational for me myself.
Yeah, bury the B pawn there, finally making the first move of its career in this game. Meanwhile, G4 on the king side, Norderbeck is not going to go down without a fight. He is trying to generate some counterplay. And look at this. Denis is not happy that he allowed this.
Yeah, it's a very interesting conundrum. How does white meet this G4 pawn move just played? Do you take and create an outside pass pawn with pawn to H4, or do you take and create a solid one-man pawn chain with F4?
The problem is, as soon as you touch that F pawn, the E pawn becomes a target, and black has this knight H5 idea challenging the B pawn. We were so focused on the G pawn. I mean, we're so focused on the queen side that we didn't realize Norderbeck has just created himself some real counterplay on the king side. And now the computer thinks he's holding this.
Wow. Look at that. The dilution of pawns on that right flank of the board has rendered Denis Lazovic's advantage completely bust.
I mean, he's still the pawn up, but because so many pawns have been traded, it feels like black is just active enough. And look at that move, rook to b5, basically saying, you will not be making progress from here, my good sir. And yeah, we've been talking about Denis a lot, but full credit to Norderbeck's defensive skills there to create some counterplay in the nick of time. And if he ends up holding this half point, I think it might be decisive for the match.
But I love this last king move. The king attack. The king marches to g5.
And knight to e5, he's allowing white to take on f5, and then he's got some kind of devious discovered attack in mind. So we see check, king back to f4. Now this could still go wrong here for black. Again, white does have that extra pawn. If we traded off all the pieces, white is again completely winning, but we are very far away from that still.
Denis Lazovic down to under 2 minutes. He's still in his wheelhouse here, but it remains to be seen if he's going to take more time and maybe even go down to time pressure.
There's knight to d6. Now white is ready to move his knight off of the back rank. His rook is defending the pawn so that his knight can start to make progress here. That's how you try to approach these positions, just improving one piece at a time. But in the meantime, black is getting his knight to the center of the board. Knight to e4 is going to be attacking basically everything in white's position. And look, Norderbeck's up a minute. He's starting to feel himself a bit here. He knows that he's okay.
And this endgame has been so difficult for both opponents. They're just etching at each other. Small thing, small detail here. I want to trade pawns. I want to create counterplay on this right flank of the board, and it's making for such an interesting battle where we're not even sure if this pawn up is at all something, and then suddenly it's something, and then it's again completely non-standard zero advantage.
Yeah, just a battle of millimeters. Knight f4, threatening knight d5, a winning fork. Norderbeck has many ways of dealing this one, but he has to pick one. Takes on b3.
Oh, beautiful idea.
Finds a very nice tactic to simplify. And
now it's just equal to draw. We have 2 draws out of 2 games.
Wow. Wow, what a match so far. Incredible defense there from Norderbeck. He was definitely in trouble, but he manages to save it with some incredibly precise play.
I loved that tactic at the end, sacrificing a rook to win a pawn, the pawn that he was down for no less than 40 moves.
Now the players here are going to get a small break here before we go into the next 2 2 games. Gonna take a walk around. They're gonna think about what just happened in those first 2 games. Do they want to repeat the openings that they just played, or do they want to switch it up? Zach, what are your overall thoughts on the match so far?
I am greatly surprised by what you said before we started this match. Denis Lazovic should not be slept on, and he's demonstrated that throughout these 2 games, showing some great play. Overall, world class by Denis Lazovic. I'm very impressed so far.
Yeah. Now, the match, folks, will be continuing quite soon. We're going to throw it to a quick break and see you right after this.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion. We booked Esports World Cup.
And we are back with the next 2 games in our first quarterfinal match of the day. Norbek Abdusattorov from Team Navi taking on AGAL's Denis Lazovic. It is currently tied 1-1 after 2 very, very tight draws in the first 2 games. Zach, what are you expecting for these upcoming battles?
Yeah, no decisive games so far. I must admit to you, Kosi, I'm a little bit surprised from that.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I mean, it's been very close. I mean, basically, neither player has really made a serious mistake. I'd say Denis had much better chances to win in his white game. He had that extra pawn. He was pushing. We thought it might be a very, very close squeeze, but Norbek showed some brilliant defensive skills there to end up holding it. And now he's going to get, I believe, white in this next game. And we'll see if either of these players can score a win before we get to that decisive Armageddon.
Look, as Norbek Abdusattorov is getting ready, pinching his fists, his knuckles, getting ready to have that full grasp on that mouse for the next 20 minutes of play.
Yeah, he's getting in the zone. He knows that was a nice save he just had. Meantime, Lazovic still taking an extra minute backstage, collect his bearings, and there he is. He comes out. And once again, this matchup is probably the most important matchup of the day when it comes to the team standings, because one of these players is getting knocked out of the field. Team Navi for Noterbeck is in 3rd place in the overall EWC standings, the club championship, where millions of dollars are on the line for their respective clubs. Meanwhile, Lazavic's AGAL is actually leading the entire competition. So if Lazavic is able to pull off the upset here, that is absolutely huge for Team AGAL.
Yes, Team AGAL with their one player on this stage here. They're rooting for him. They're putting everything behind him, and it's up to him to deliver.
Meanwhile, Noterbeck representing Team Navi, if he can advance to the next stage of the bracket, he'll be absolutely guaranteed to earn even more points for his club. The winner advances to the semifinals, where they will play the winner of the other quarterfinal match between Hikaru Nakamura and Arjun Erigaisi. But in the meantime, we're off on Game 3, a repeat of Game 1. Noterbeck with the white pieces, Lazavic with the black pieces. We see another Queen's Gambit declined. The opening of World Championships, as Gary the GOAT Kasparov would say it. An early A3 move here from Noterbeck. Probably came up with this one during the break as a way to try and take Dennis early on out of book.
Ooh, and now we have 2 pawns facing each other on the board, quickly traded off.
Yeah, Dennis, of course, well familiar with this. I call it a very minor sideline, but now they are transposing back into, honestly, a huge main line. This was explored heavily in the Carlsen-Caruana World Championship match of 2018. Lots and lots of theory in this opening. Knight to D2 here, played by Noterbeck, one of several moves that White can play. The idea is that he's threatening to go Knight to B3, forking Black's Queen and Bishop on the Queen side.
Yeah, Yummy would be that bishop, and it's dark squares that it protects. So that's why that bishop reclines backwards.
Yeah, Lazavic brings it back. Note that White cannot push B4 here, because then Black would just take that pawn. That rook on A1 is currently hanging. So Knight to B3 anyway. Black's Queen is now going to have to draw back. Now it looks like Dennis is just going back with his pieces, but on the other hand, the Knight on B3 isn't actually that well placed. So basically it's a game of push and shove when it comes to this position.
Knight B3 kicking that queen. And once again, we see this theme with Noterbeck kind of slow on the castling.
Yeah, king is still on E1. Dennis already castled. Noterbeck knows he's got time to develop. In the meantime, he wants to just kind of advance his plans on the queen side, on the center of the board. At some point, though, he's going to have to develop maybe bishop to E2 right now, just getting that bishop out, getting ready to castle. In the meantime, Black's main issue, nope, he says, no, we're developing the queen side first, and then we'll figure out what to do with the king side. In the meantime, that bishop on C8 for Black is a problem. It is going to have to get out somehow, and we'll see what Dennis comes up with to develop that piece.
And might I remind you, Kostya, these are the first 2 games that Noterbeck does not win in this entire tournament. How striking is that?
Yeah, this is his first draw in like multiple days. Again, he won 2-0 against Pranesh, 2-0 against Duda. Basically just made short work of both of these guys. And all of a sudden, Dennis just showing that he is not afraid of Noterbeck.
On to E5, they're hitting that white bishop, forcing it to move. Very interesting psychological, strategical move there, taking some space in the center.
Yeah, big move there from Black, opening up that light-scored bishop. Now, the thematic move here is Noterbeck just played bishop to G5, fighting for that D5 square. We see the trade on F6. If Black recaptures this one, then Knight hops into D5, where it's a very, very strong piece. Now maybe bishop to D3, bringing out the light-scored bishop in order to challenge Black's kingside. This Knight on D5 can take on F6 at any moment. I don't think he's going to do it just yet, though. I think he's going to wait until he's absolutely forced to.
I love that positioning of that Knight on D5. What a beautiful piece. And we're kind of seeing the opposite of game 1, in which it was the black pieces that gave that bishop pair away to White, and we're seeing this in reverse form this time.
Noterbeck here spending some time. He does find bishop to D3, and Black plays G6. And now it might be a question whether White wants to take on F6. He chooses not to, which gives Dennis the chance to keep his bishop pair, which he does quite quickly. Dennis loves a good bishop pair, as a lot of classically trained players do. They know in the long run that bishop pair is super strong, especially in a lot of endgames.
And look at that Black pawn formation there, just stabbing at the white center. What do you feel about this?
I think it's pretty balanced. I mean, I really like white's knight on d5, but on the other hand, black's king is very safe. The dark squared bishop is a perfectly good piece. The light squared bishop can develop here to the e6 square, let's say. That said, this is a faster time control. Knights tend to be a bit trickier, I would say, in blitz and bullet. But for the moment, I don't really see any significant problems with black's position.
I love this last move by Nordirbek Abdusatorov with bringing his rook into the action, lining it up on that open line.
But look at this last move by Dennis. Bishop to g4, provoking the f-pawn to push forward. Freddy the f-pawn. But if white plays f3, then his dark squares are going to be weak for the rest of the game. Definitely one of those grandmaster moves where you give your opponent a tempo. And look at that. Nordirbek says, no, thank you. I'm going to put my rook back all the way to a1. Zach, do you understand this move?
Yeah, going to the center, going back out of the center. It seems like some extremely modern chess in what he is going about. But this is definitely a strange square for the rook.
Yeah, some very subtle play. I can understand he didn't want rook to d2 because maybe he gets in the way of the knight. He gets hit with bishop to h6, black's dark squared bishop sneaking out to the edge of the board. But why not rook to c1? Rook to b1 even makes more sense to me. Rook a1, very, very kind of mysterious move there from Nordirbek.
Maybe we'll know in like 10 to 15 moves, and this is why we're here, and this is why they're there.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll figure it out soon enough. A bit of foreshadowing from Nordirbek. There he goes, knight to d2. Now, this move makes a lot of sense. He brings the knight back into the center of the board. That's where pieces belong. Maybe he wants to play knight to e4, advance the queen side, b2, b4. Yeah, we'll see what this rook ends up doing.
I love this maneuvering of this knight to d2, going to e4. The pawn is going to push to b4. And suddenly, I like Nordirbek a lot and his position because of many plans promoting onto the board at the same time.
It seems like white's position is quite flexible here. It can just start to play knight to e4. On the other hand, the black's bishop pair is quite healthy. Black doesn't really have any real weaknesses. So I gotta think I would slightly prefer black here. The computer was even giving black a significant edge there, but computer doesn't really know squat. It just sees all the best moves and goes blah, 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 and just winning. You know, humans don't work like that. We think in plans and ideas.
Blah, 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 blah. Is that computer language?
That's my impression of how Stockfish calculates. Okay. There's knight e4, queen to d8. Black just dropping back. And white's knights in the center of the board are impressive. He's looking for that town hall meeting once again, but the knights don't really have any real targets. And eventually they might get kicked around a bit. There's f7, f5 in the position. Bishop to e6. I think black has to drop back now. So very, very kind of double-edged here, I would say.
Yeah, you optically go for this two knights and you think, wow, that white position is so good. But those knights, if flimsy, must move. And from there, you get a lot of initiative and you get some power in that center.
h3, putting the question to Dennis's bishop. Does he drop back to f5, e6? Where is he going to go? He's thinking about it here. Still a cool 6 minutes for both players. One thing I've noticed, Zach, these guys are very equal on the clock. We've seen in other matchups that are players often falling behind 2-3 minutes. Even Firouzja was doing this despite being a very fast player just because of his confidence in those time scrambles. But these guys don't want to give each other an inch. They're staying equal on the clock.
Kostya, I would go even a step further and say this is the most even match we've witnessed so far in the tournament. On the clock, on the heart rate, on the positions, on the results so far, everything seems to go down to details and be equal.
Yeah, have we seen a match with 2 draws? I can't think of it. I can think of a lot of matches where someone won the first game, was winning the second game, and then loses by a freak accident, forcing Armageddon. I can't think of another match we've had with 2 solid draws such as this one. And they've got 2 more games to go. And right now, neither player looks to be wanting to make a mistake and give their opponent a chance.
And might I say, also coming down to their facial expressions, they're not giving us much either. Very stoic expressions throughout the entire game.
Yeah, these guys are very, very similar. I wonder if Nordirbek is regretting his decision at all to choose Dennis as the opponent. Of course, he chose him over Hans Niemann, citing that he's played Hans so many times. He wanted a fresh challenge in Dennis, but perhaps he bit off a little more than he can chew.
And then Dennis chooses that f5 square for his bishop, putting some pressure on that diagonal.
Ooh, an f4. The computer is not liking that move. That might be our first kind of serious mistake of the match. That is a big weakness. You can understand Noterbeck's point of view, though. He's trying to cover the e5 square, but now black has b5.
b5, opening the C line on that queen. That queen is hit by X.
And Dennis finds it. He lined it up the rook against white's queen on c2, and now he is busting it open. And this is not just about the queen. That knight on d5 is hanging. This allows black to take on c4. He's been able to create a weakness, and now black is just better.
Yes, this f4 pawn push has rendered a lot of the dark squares in the white position quite weak.
But perhaps Dennis took on c4 a little bit too quickly. He didn't have to, and he's lost a bit of his edge just because he gave that tension away. And still, though, I would say his position is quite comfortable. This pawn on f4 cannot move backwards, and so Noterbeck can definitely find himself in some trouble if he doesn't come up with some nice tricks.
Yeah, and from here, knight to a5. Not the computer's preference, although a very interesting practical try.
Definitely very logical move, just kind of hammering against that weak pawn on c4. Dennis knows that his position is comfortable. He doesn't have to go all out for the win. I think he's perfectly fine here to just play a position where he's better. Like in the last game, play for 2 results. If Noterbeck can defend accurately once again, maybe he can hold. But right now, Dennis has been very much in control these last 2 games.
Dennis has a very serious idea in this position. Let's see if he can spot it. Dropping the knight back to the square b7 to then hop back into the square c5 and target all those loose pieces in the white position.
That's a really nice maneuver, but a tough one to find because the knight on a5, it's doing such an important job right now, attacking that c-pawn. It's really hard to move that knight away from its post and look for a better square. But once you notice the move knight to b7, once you mention it, once the computer tells you this is the best move, all of a sudden you see it. You feel the strength. Oh, knight to b7.
Feel the power.
Exactly. Then eventually we might see at some point, I am thinking this f pawn is going to advance to f5 and attack this knight on e4. But first he has to cover that g5 square. Maybe a move like h6 comes to mind from the human point of view. Cover g5 and look at that. Just played it. Maybe I should get in there. Hey, take those headphones off, Dennis. I'll pop in.
I'll take cover.
h6, very understandable move. He's preparing move f5 in the future. It's still not quite so good right now because that bishop on e6 will become a target, but it is something Noterbeck has to think about. And actually, this is very classy play as well because Dennis is showing how you play against the knights. You just restrict them. You take squares away from them. You try to slowly push them back. Meanwhile, the bishops are perfectly happy playing from the edge of the board. They're long-range pieces. They don't need to be in the center like knights do to be effective.
I love that assessment of knights and bishops. Very well said, Kostya, as Denis Lazovic brings his rook into the game for the first time.
Yeah, basically playing some very, very nice chess here. Noterbeck, once again, seems like he's starting to feel the pressure a little bit. His heart rate slightly elevated. Both sides are under 4 minutes now, heading into the decisive portion of this third game.
It's a very interesting match situation because on a win here, it replicates the format we've been always doing and covering at the EWC, which is a 2-game match.
Yes. Basically, 2-game match left. If someone wins, the next player will be in a must-win situation to try and take it to Armageddon. Now, Lazovic, he's won a couple Armageddons. He won a very nervy one against Sina Move Ahead, where he was basically getting mated on the board. Sina had a mate and 3 against Dennis. He missed it in the time scramble, and Dennis went on to win that game by the skin of his teeth. So he's got some experience in these Armageddons. In fact, in their last big match, it was Dennis who won the Armageddon against Noterbeck.
Exactly. And we might see a change in evaluation here. A little repetition of moves.
But I don't think Dennis really wants this. He's better on the board. Of course, he doesn't know this. The players don't have the eval off to the side that they can just check. They have to rely on their instincts here. According to the match situation, a draw with black is not the worst result here for Dennis. He'll just get white in the last game and he can try to convert. But objectively, his position is better. And once again, he's got this maneuver, knight to b7, knight c5.
Oh, and he trades. He declines the draw.
trades off a couple of pieces. I like this for him. It's a nice transformation. Now we're getting a middle game with opposite color bishops. Light square bishop for Noterbeck, dark square bishop for Dennis. But it feels like, although white's bishop is a bit better, black is the one that actually has more targets, especially this f4 pawn coming back to bite Noterbeck as a move that he did not want to make. Black also has the move rook to e3 available at a moment's notice. Maybe right now.
Well said, as it seems like Noterbeck's pieces are slowly infiltrating that white position where Noterbeck has his passive pieces kind of awaiting the entrance of those very strong Lazovic pieces.
Yeah, Noterbeck going into defense mode right now. We've seen how well he can defend in the previous game of this match. So it's not quite time to panic, but white is definitely worse here. And yeah, black is putting him under some heavy pressure.
Am I blundering, or is that a pawn sacrifice on a3? Is that pawn hanging?
That's a good question, Zach. Why can't he just take on a3? Queen takes pawn. Just grab a pawn. Of course, that might give Noterbeck some initiative. Maybe somehow he has bishop to b5, rook to c7. I'm not quite seeing it for white. Of course, Dennis knows how dangerous Noterbeck is, especially with the initiative.
Oh, and he takes d5.
Takes the pawn on d5. Why not that one? And now f5, Noterbeck immediate with his response. He's now playing for the initiative. You know, this could actually turn around very quickly. If white gets that initiative on the light squares, he's the one with a light squared bishop. This could turn around quite quickly.
This is a very interesting question, this last pawn move, because you're threatening that pawn move f6, and the bishop comes out preventatively saying, look, I don't want to be blockaded by your pawn.
Bishop e5, very logical move. But now, can black take on white? Can white take on g6? I guess rook to f8 might be the response there from black. This bishop on e5 targeting the knight on g3. Instead, we see the unpinning move, king to h1.
Wow.
Much more solid from Noterbeck here. He does not want that knight pinned even for a moment further.
Impressive prophylaxis by Noterbeck, just preventing any damage against his king, because he knows that that's the most valuable piece in this game. You need to protect your king no matter what.
And still pawn up here for Dennis as he's down to under 90 seconds. Noterbeck, the time advantage and some definite compensation for the pawn. I would say Dennis, although he won the pawn, he probably didn't find the most incisive way to play this advantage. And look at him there. He's shaking his head a bit. I think he knows that he probably had better than what he got.
However, if he does manage to trade queens, that would mean a pretty big advantage for black coming into this endgame up a full pawn.
Yeah, it feels like if queens come off, then it's quite safe. I'm expecting Noterbeck to try and find a way to keep the queens on the board. And queen to c2? Isn't the knight hanging on g3?
Oh my goodness.
What has he spotted? Bishop takes g6?
Oh, so the bishop takes the knight, and now that bishop takes the pawn on the other edge of the board.
Wow, some deep tactics here from Noterbeck. I mean, it looks like black would be winning 2 pieces for the rook, but then everything hangs in black's position. That knight on a5 is such a bad piece now. We noticed the moment earlier when black could have brought that knight back into the game. Dennis missed that chance, and now he's definitely suffering with a knight on a5. Zach, I think Noterbeck's got the better chances.
Wow, queen swoops into f4, threatening this knight, and checkmate behind it.
Rook f8. Okay, love this last play by Lazovic. He's going for full activity here, keeping white's position at bay. That knight on f1, playing a crucial role covering the mating square in front of his king.
Wow.
But it's time for Lazovic to speed it up. 40 seconds here, a minute down compared to Noterbeck. This is huge without increments.
This is the first game in which we've had serious time pressure.
Absolutely. I think this one's going to be decisive. Queen c5, knight c6, bishop e5. Noterbeck speeding up as well as he goes after the knight. d3, leaving the knight hanging, sacrificing
the bishop
piece.
takes. Bishop d4 now.
Bishop d4, computer saying white's winning.
Queen d5, rook e6, no.
d5 check. Maybe a good
and
start.
Rook e6, but
or possibly queen c4 and then rook to e6.
Oh.
No, the light squares here are lighting up for the white position now. This is very dangerous for Dennis. But queen c2, knight e5. Dennis, he's got the knight back into the game. Look how good these guys are at fixing their pieces. They just know exactly what to do. But still, he's 30 seconds down on the clock. Can he speed it up in time and avoid flagging this game?
Yeah, only 23 seconds left for Dennis Lazovic.
He spent way too much time there. Now Noterbeck's going to go start hunting that flag. Can Lazovic speed it up in time?
And we see so many pieces traded off the board. This is absolutely crazy.
No, this is not looking good for black. His king is just way too open here. Norbek keeps the queens on the board. 18 seconds for Lazovic.
White has a pawn up, but it doesn't feel like so. And suddenly this black king is quite naked on the edge of the board.
This is play for 2 results. On the other hand, you have to watch out for that mate on G1. Lazovic here blitzing out A5. He's so fast. Norbek doing everything he can to flag his opponent.
Oh, and the
they're
opposite
going into
color
the
square
scramble.
bishop.
Oh, it's all about the clock now.
And
It's
now
all about
they're
the
flagging
pre-moves.
each other.
Can he pre-move in time? Can Norbek trick him?
This is the sweaty chess we've been waiting for.
Now it's pre-move city here. Can Dennis get his moves on
And
time?
it's a draw
He
again.
finds the repetition.
Wow.
Oh, look at Norbek's disgust.
Insanity.
He blundered into that draw. Zach, had he avoided the repetition, he might have been able to flag Dennis.
That was crazy. It was better for Dennis, then it was better for Norbek, and then Norbek was up a pawn in an endgame. But then he forced his opposite-colored bishop endgame, which has a notorious reputation for being drawish, and it was a draw.
Wow, just insane display of mouse skills there from the young Denis Lazovic, only 19 years old, playing for the currently leading team in the EWC AGAL. And look at this, 1.5 going into this decisive game for Norbek, not able to outclass his lower-rated opponent just yet.
And we have game 4 started, an English opening from Denis Lazovic.
Yeah, he switches it up, but does go back to his usual 1d4. And again, we actually have a repeat of their second game, the Queen's Gambit accepted. A personal favorite of Norbek. Once again, he comes out with this early bishop move, bishop to e7. It's not the most common way of playing the position, but seems to be perfectly acceptable. And Norbek clearly prepared it for today's match.
Yes, deep in prep. And sometimes these super grandmasters, they can learn an opening or even play an opening for the first time. And they're that strong where they master it on its first chance. However, I truly think that's not the case for Norbek, who's played pretty much every opening under the sun so far in his career.
And look at this, Norbek repeating that pawn sacrifice that he used in game 2. That was the game, Zach, I thought he was closest to losing. Clearly during the break, he must have checked the opening and came up with an improvement, decided that it was playable enough for a second game, though we saw Dennis really outplay him in this position. I got to think Dennis is not too unhappy with this as well. He has the white pieces. If they draw this game, they're going to Armageddon. And otherwise, maybe he can try and squeeze something from his extra pawn.
Might I say, Kostya, this match has been insane. We've just seen like the top chess players in the world face off and bring their A game. And that's seeing that energy collide over the board has really been special so far.
It's been so tight. It's been so close. It hasn't just been blunder after blunder as sometimes we're used to in online chess. There was quite a few mistakes in that last game compared to the first two. But of course, that's because the position was just so much more complicated. Now, this one, though, this one might be petering out quite quickly. Norbek clearly came up with a nice improvement over the first game. Now he's managed to trade off a lot of pieces and go into this end game with opposite color bishops.
And the queens trade off.
Queens are off the board. Still that extra pawn for white. Now Norbek offering a rook trade, basically a silent draw offer. If Dennis takes this one, neither side will be able to win the resulting endgame. I'm expecting him to keep the rooks on the board. I don't really see the drawback for white. Yeah, just go rook to c2. Of course, it's still equal, but force Norbek to defend a slightly more difficult position with rooks on the board. Not just slightly, moderately more difficult. Without the rooks, it's really just dead. But with the rooks on the board, you can play this for a lot of moves.
Denis Lazovic sending a clear message to his opponent. Look, I don't want to give you the draw that easily. I'm keeping the rooks on the board, rendering this endgame a little bit tougher than usual without the rooks on the board.
Yeah, if you wanted an easy draw, you should have picked someone else for this matchup, buddy.
Buddy. Did you add that one in?
Bishop to b4, and now Norbek just holding on to the blockade.
Yeah, it looks really difficult, despite being up a pawn to win this for the white piece. And the rooks come off by force.
Oh, and there's the rook trade. And now this one is very much going to be a draw. I think both players, they should just start thinking about their Armageddon bid. because we are heading to Armageddon.
It looks like we're heading to Armageddon, which will be a very interesting tiebreak as it will force victory no matter what.
Yeah, sometimes these matches are just so close. Neither player can win in regulation despite having 4 games to do so. That's how close this match was. Now, look, White officially still has that extra pawn. The problem, though, is that Black just has so many easy ways to set up a blockade on the dark squares. Now, it's not over yet. Notabek can't just, waltz his way to a draw. He does have to show a bit of precision here, but he is more than capable of doing so.
The bishop slides to c5 there, as we might be seeing the last moments of this game, the last moves of this game. Or do you think Lazovic is still playing for something? He does have a pawn up.
I think he's just kind of going through the motions here. I think you can kind of see by his facial expression, he doesn't really think he has any real chances of winning, but he's going to force Notabek to dance around a bit and find some kind of accurate construction. There's that B pawn, but what move is that? Move number 30? No, don't tell me. Don't tell me.
No.
Oh, we're about to find out. Don't
Pawn
tell
to
me.
B3 again on move 37.
I think it was move 37.
Oh my God,
it was move 37. How did he do it? How did these guys do it?
Lightning does strike twice at the EWC.
When you called that the first time, I thought, okay, 1 in a million shots. How did you know? But the second time.
I just know, Costa. You need to trust me by now.
Unbelievable. You know what I think it is? Dennis Lazovic has it in his notes. Move 37, you go B3. That's his opening preparation, and he's sticking to it.
And here, as we shuffle, we might see a 3-fold repetition draw. We are forcing matters into the Armageddon tiebreak.
And there we go. What an incredibly close match so far. 2-2. That last game, Notabek showing a nice improvement over the second game. He basically held that one without problems, Zach.
Kostya, I'm really excited for this Armageddon as we see the first tiebreak of these deep playoffs of this quarterfinal.
Both these players coming up with a number. Now, the way this works is that they're going to bid for who is willing to take less time and the black pieces in exchange for those coveted draw odds. Now, Zach, this is a really interesting moment. A lot of matches we've seen, White win both games, Black win both games. Here's been 4 draws. So those draw odds in the Armageddon are actually quite valuable, given that neither of these guys has been able to score.
Absolutely. It is in your incentive to want the black pieces, given the match historical data of draws.
But on the other hand, you can't bid too low because, of course, the opponent will just get a massive time advantage. And now it's all on the line. So when it's game 2 in the match, you're not going to risk it all to go for the win. But now, if you're playing White here, you have to win.
Do you think we'll see a lowball bid of like 6 minutes or 5 minutes for the black pieces?
Oh, I think 5, even 6, I think is a little bit too much. We've seen kind of an average of 7.5 minutes. Some players bidding higher because they really just want to play with the white pieces and go for the win. Here, I think we're going to see something around the 7-minute mark for both players. I'm calling 6:59 for the winning bid.
6:59.
6:59. That's what I'm expecting
go like
here.
6:29.
6:29. That's
my guess.
Aggressive.
Yeah.
But we'll see. I mean,
black pieces are desired side for this matchup, as we've seen all draws.
So far, it's been Black holding every single game, as the players are about to find out who won the bid, who will be taking with the white pieces, who will take Black. Notabek there, a bit of a smile. Wonder whether his bid went through. We're going to find out on the screen in just a moment. Who's starting with White, who's starting with Black, and with how much time. It is all coming down to this one game. And the winner faces the other winner of the other quarterfinal match between Hikaru Nakamura and Arjun Erigaisi.
And we are about to start the match.
It looks like Dennis is the one who gets the white pieces, meaning Notabek won the bid or lost the bid, however you want to put it. We'll see how much time Notabek decided for himself in order to try and hold this 5th game.
This is the Armageddon. This is the quarterfinal at the EWC Chess.
And it's all underway. And look at that. Looks like Notabek started with about 7 minutes and 12 seconds. Dennis likely bid a touch higher than that. So now Notabek down almost a full 3 minutes to start off this game. But Dennis is forced into a must-win situation. Zach, can he pull off another upset?
Denis Lazovic has to find a way to pierce through that Norderbeck black piece side, which has not been an easy cherry to pick so far.
And look at this. He's completely switched up the opening. No more d4. He doesn't want to play that pawn up position where he runs up against the brick wall. Here, he developed his knight. He Fian kettled early. This is the so-called ready system. You can also call it a Catalan. Norderbeck, in the meantime, played kind of a Grunfeld setup here. So very, very solid approach from him. But I think it's a nice opening for Denis in terms of getting the long game and trying to put pressure not just on the board, but also on the clock.
And there we have a big fight for the center as those 4 pawns collide to decide who will come through and pierce that enemy center.
Yeah, I love this push d4 Denis played. He's playing for that kind of central advantage. You know, this is not the most common version that this opening often plays out. I think we're going to see both players start to spend a little bit of time here.
Yeah, it looks like we're going into uncharted waters from this position.
Very much so. Norderbeck's already spent a little bit of time despite being incredibly well prepared. Denis here definitely going into the tank. His hand is off the mouse as Black just captured this pawn on c4. This is a typical pawn to sacrifice for Catalan players. Denis has been playing Catalan for many, many years now. He knows it extremely well. So he's just deciding how to react to Black's play here. He goes queen a4. This allows him to win the pawn back quickly. He could have also taken on c5. He could have come up with something else. But White is playing for the initiative here. Honestly, it's kind of a risky opening for Norderbeck. But on the other hand, if he manages to solve his problems in this early stage of the game, he'll be completely fine.
Was Norderbeck's strategy to just completely confuse Denis Lazovic in this opening in order to get a game and then try to equalize?
Absolutely. And it's one of those things where you kind of put pressure on your opponent early on. If he doesn't find the most precise way to punish you, if he doesn't know the computer line, well, then you might just get a very healthy position and your task for the Armageddon is a lot easier. That said, Denis still 2.5 minutes up on the clock. Black currently 2 pawns up, but White can win 1 pawn back with c4. He can advance knight e5, put pressure on c6. He also has this move knight takes d4. That's a pretty typical trick, and he finds it.
Big knight sacrifice on the board as the queen takes back, and now bishop strikes, takes this knight on c6.
And bishop d7 there from Norderbeck. He couldn't take on c6 because then he'd lose that rook in the corner. Basically, White wins back the piece. And now rook to d1. We are about to get into an endgame, I think. After bishop takes c6, White will trade on c6 and then take on d4. It looks like a nice endgame for White, but will it be enough to win this Armageddon?
What a sharp line of play we are witnessing just now. Maybe the sharpest line of play we've seen so far in this match, which has trended more positional.
Yeah, it's been very tight, very technical. Of course, the exception of that ultra wild game 3, where both players at one point had a decisive advantage. If whoever loses this match, definitely going to think back on that game and think that was their chance.
So Black is up a pawn, but do you want to be up a pawn in this position? Maybe so, because your pawn structure is so ruined.
Well, he's about to win it back. Rook takes c4, and I'd say not a small advantage here for White. His structure is healthier. Black has these split pawns on the queen side. Zach, I don't know how this game is going to go, but one thing I know for sure, on move 37, Lazovic is going to play b2, b3.
Will he continue the trend that he set for the first 2 games of this match?
And knight to d5, offering up another pawn is Norderbeck. Now he gave up his extra pawn. Now he's sacrificing the c6 pawn in exchange for activity. Lazovic is very, very dangerous with an extra pawn, even if objectively his position is not that great. Instead, he develops the knight.
Very calm and veteran decision by Lazovic, not grabbing that pawn too soon. Instead saying, no, you're right. Actually, I am low in development. Let me develop first.
Honestly, I'm not loving this for Lazovic. I mean, Black just trades on c3 here. Does White really have any advantage? Knight takes c3, castles, bring your rook in. Norderbeck decides to just bring his king. No need to castle. The king can play an active role in the endgame. But how is Lazovic actually going to generate real winning chances here?
Doesn't seem obvious for the white pieces how to continue. Maybe you just stop with that knight standoff there and you actually strive for the c5 square. Knight a4, knight c5, get some control. But then your b2 pawn is kind of a target.
Yeah, but I think it's a great maneuver, Zach. Knight, either a4, e4, over to c5. It's a beautiful square. Eventually, the pawn on b2 can maybe advance after rook to b1, wait 20 moves to reach move 37, then play b3. And okay, I mean, it is a small edge. Noterbeck decided he didn't want to trade on c3 there. Now he goes rook to b8, targeting that b pawn. Maybe rook b1 now?
Computer's coming up with this very funky looking move, rook back to c2. Have you ever seen such a move?
Guess it makes sense. You drop the rook back, kind of defend that pawn as many times as you can. Dennis decides to start with the knight check. I think that makes a lot of sense. A knight back to d3, also very, very logical. Using the knight to cover this square. You know, actually it is pleasant for white. I gotta say, I think Dennis has managed to start to create some chances here, and he's still 2 minutes up.
I really like Denis Lazovic's position. It seems like he's taken care of his weakness, that pawn on b2. And now he's going to eventually double rooks and put some real pressure on that weak black pawn on c6.
In the meantime, though, he still has a lot of work left. Noterbeck is about to get his other rook into the game, rook a b8. Now instead, advances at the a5. I think it's a very logical move as well. Gaining some space on the queen side. Maybe looking to push a4, a3 is Noterbeck.
Who do you have going into this Armageddon from this position, Kostya? I'm curious.
My God. Oh, it's so tough. It's so tough. I mean, I gotta feel like Noterbeck's chances are a little bit better here. He's just defended so well in this match, and all he needs is a draw to advance. So I really feel like the pressure is kind of on Dennis to show something here. But of course, he knows that. He knows a draw doesn't suit him. He knows he doesn't have another game where he can try to win. He knows he has to go for it here. He's very experienced in these Armageddons. And Dennis did win the Armageddon the last time they faced off in a similar format.
Yes, that's a very good point. And look at the time management. He's like almost 2 minutes up on the clock. Plus, he has a pretty nice position. He just won a pawn here.
Yeah, Noterbeck just sacrificed that pawn with knight to b4. We've seen him do this time and time again, and gives up a pawn for strategic compensation. I think it's a very practical approach because, yes, he's a pawn down, but if he's able to win it back, then the position just totally liquefies. And for instance, if white gives up one of his queenside pawns now, then he'll just have no advantage whatsoever. So rook back to c2. He wants to keep everything defended. This is going to be a battle of millimeters for white to be able to make something happen.
This is tough times for Denis Lazovic, as he still has a pawn up, but it doesn't feel like much in this position as black rummages through his position with a ton of pressure.
Rook to b4, f3, slowly improving his position. Now black advances c4, just preventing white from being able to make any progress there on that queen side. That said, Dennis is still up on the clock. He's incredibly fast, and his king is starting to approach. I think his king would love to land on that dream c2 square where his rook is right now, in order to kind of secure the queen side, allow his rook to start activating himself. So still some chances here for Lazovic. I'd say maybe 20% he might win this, but that's good numbers for the black side.
Yeah, might I say that the more Denis Lazovic takes off his clock, the more I like Noterbeck's chances at equalizing on the clock and then slowly but surely getting that draw in.
Yeah, Noterbeck started this 3 minutes down. Now he's cut that time deficit to just a single minute. And his position still seems holdable, though he is going to have to figure out just how to keep white at bay.
Pawn to a3 here was the only sensible reply for the white pieces, which Denis Lazovic plays very accurately.
And now is he going to go back, or is he going to double up on that a file and hold on to the c pawn? I could see him going back all the way to b8 and then try to take on b2 if white takes on c4. Instead he goes rook to b3.
Rook to b3 was a pretty big mistake, and suddenly we missed this really crucial pawn to a4 idea. He played rook a2 instead, which is slightly too passive for the position.
Yeah, was saying a4. Instead, black is able to fully fix white's queenside with rook to a4. That was likely the idea. If white had pushed a4, then he would be able to kind of make progress, keep pushing on a5. And now, after Noterbeck's last move, e5, very difficult to see how white actually breaks through. This is the textbook example of strategic compensation. It's not like black has threats here, real threats. Instead, he's just making it impossible for white to make progress.
Noterbeck and his rooks have completely trashed White's hope at an advantage here with those pawns. And now they're completely covered. They're completely useless, cannot function, cannot create threats, and cannot push up the board and try to promote. What is the way for Denis Lazovic to absolutely must win from this position?
He's got to figure it out. That rook on a2 is not doing him any favors. At some point, that rook has to get back into the game, but it's hard for him to move it because if you move rook to a1, black has bishop takes bishop, and then one of your pawns on the queen side will fall. So Denis here very much under pressure. He's going to have to come up with some kind of magic technique in order to actually create some chances.
I really like Norderbec's chances coming in to this late stage of the endgame, as it really looks difficult for White to try anything from this position.
Honestly, what an incredible endgame. Either side wants to move their rooks and allow the opponent to make progress. In the meantime, Denis now shifting over to the king side. Norderbeck, though, a bit of a reaction there. Perhaps he overlooked something. Not so happy with the last move, f5. Computer thinks black is absolutely still holding it here.
Yeah, it looks like Norderbeck is just trading off pieces because it's in his intention to dilute all the material off the board and keep only the kings.
Look at this. Norderbeck still a minute down on the clock. And if it comes down to it, Denis might go for that dirty flag. He did lose a very close game to Hikaru Nakamura earlier in this tournament where he lost rook versus rook after starting with, let's say, 10 seconds against 40. We might see a similar situation here. No one loves to win with a dirty flag, but with so much money on the line, the EWC Club Championship on the line, you got to do what you got to do.
Norderbeck playing really accurately in this later stage of the endgame, as this rook endgame is completely objectively drawn. However, White still has the extra pawn promoted by its own rook, and you can't really move your black rook now.
You know, going into a single rook endgame, White's a-pawn basically not going anywhere. Black once again holding the position. Be up to Denis to figure out how to create any semblance of a chance here. He goes rook to d2 check, but he maybe rook to d4 now? Norderbeck allowing rook to d4, giving White a chance to increase the scope of his rook. Denis takes it. He says he might not get a better chance to activate his piece, but objectively it's still very much a drawn endgame.
Norderbeck still has to defend this, remain strong and persistent.
I know this is tough.
Oh, we have a big blunder.
A blunder, but somehow was missed. I'm not sure what the move was there for White. Computer spotted something after king to e5. Maybe Denis will get another chance.
That is so curious. White had this interesting idea, king to e3 in that position that was winning. And now we're winning again with the white pieces. It's not so obvious.
Lazovic is winning on the board. Norderbeck has messed this up. This rook game was trickier than it appeared on first glance. And now c4 you can't take because the king and pawn endgame will be winning.
Wow, what a way to leverage your pawn and suddenly create some really strong threats in the black position.
Look at Norderbeck's heart rate. It's up to 150 beats per minute. Zach, he's feeling the pressure. He knows he might have messed this up. Can Denis convert this? He's got a winning position with an extra minute and a half on the clock. Zach, this is his chance.
This is very desperate times for Norderbeck as he's down under 1 minute and has to defend a completely losing position.
Oh my God, love this maneuver. Now Denis is bringing in the king. His rook can come to f5 with check. His king can cover the c-pawn. This is absolutely desperation for Norderbeck.
Was allowing Denis Lazovic's rook to d4.
c5?
The critical moment of this game.
And look at that. That tiny extra pawn. This has been the tale of the match. Norderbeck willing to play a pawn down, but you're not always able to defend it with such precision. And look at him. He's shaking his head. 30 seconds. And it's all coming down to this. Rook back to c1. He's trying so hard to defend. He's 2 pawns down now as Norderbeck. But this is winning for Denis, and he knows it. Rook to d5. Maybe rook f5. Keep everything defended. King to e7. It's also a problem on the clock for Norderbeck because he only has 20 seconds left.
Norderbeck is not liking his game match situation right now. He's looking up in the air.
Oh yeah, he's got 15 seconds. He might be about to resign.
Shaking his head is Norderbeck Abdusatorov, who knows.
9 seconds. No, he's playing through the game. He's given up. And that's it.
He resigned.
Lazovic wins the Armageddon. Qualifies
with the win
to the semifinal after defeating another world-class player in Nodirbek Abdusatorov.
Wow, what about? How about that?
Incredible.
Denis Lazovic, 19 years old, eliminates, knocks out one of the top 10 players in the world.
Unbelievable. After defeating Nepo in the deciding match, Denis Lazovic takes down one of the pre-tournament favorites, Nodirbek Abdusatorov, and paves his way to the semifinals, where he'll be facing the winner of the match between Hikaru Nakamura and Arjun Erigaisi.
Incredibly tough and tight match this was.
What an unbelievable performance there from Denis. Anna, your thoughts on what we just saw?
I am speechless. This has been such a tight race. 4 draws in the first 4 games, and it had to come down to an Armageddon where, as you both highlighted, the draw odds with the black pieces seemed like what they both wanted. So they both bid low. Nodirbek eventually gets the black pieces, sacrifices 3 minutes to get the black pieces, and he was holding it. Looked like he was holding. The rook endgame looked like it was draw. But then Denis Lazovic manages to outplay a world-class player, a top 10 player, in a seemingly drawish rook endgame where it's Denis who is in a must-win situation. I am so impressed. This is our youngest surviving participant in the field, ladies and gentlemen. 19-year-old Denis Lazovic for Team AGAL. They are the leading esports team here at the Esports World Cup with just 2 weeks to go. This could be a huge score for them in order to win the trophy. And speaking of numbers, it's $30 million, the club championship prize fund, $1.5 million in chess. And for Denis Lazovic, this means his ticket to the semifinals. This means his ticket to a paycheck that will have 6 digits on it. It's at least $100,000 costume for a 19-year-old Denis Lazovic. This is the biggest moment in his life so far.
That's a lot of energy drinks that he can buy with that money. I mean, wow, what an impressive performance, especially his technique in that last game. Me and Zach were saying the whole time, how is he going to make progress? How is he going to break through? But he just kept it on the board, and we've seen him do this time and time again, where he just takes that small advantage and just finds a way to trick his opponent in the last seconds of the game. Incredible technique there from Denis.
Incredible technique. Zach, your thoughts on the match and how it came down to this final rook endgame in Armageddon?
I think they were so evenly matched. It actually came down to time control at the very end. That's the tale of the match for me. If Nodirbek Abdusatorov has more time on his clock in those final minutes of that rook endgame, maybe he finds this different king move that renders his position equal and maintains balance, and maybe he can hold that with the black pieces and win the match. That's how tight this match was.
Yeah, basically, if he bid a little bit higher in the Armageddon, plays a little bit faster in the game, maybe he can save it, but oh man, was that close.
So close, and I cannot wait to hear from Denis himself. Let's go over to the stage to Jan and talk to the hero of today, Denis Lazovic.
We're here with Denis Lazovic. Denis, congratulations. Very close match. Talk us through it. What happened?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we both, I think, played quite well. Yeah, in the Armageddon, such positions is very unpleasant. Like we've seen, I had something similar. Like it's quite equal, but it's not draw. And finally, yeah, you get low on time, and yeah, it's very hard to defend.
Where do you think it went wrong for your opponent? Was there a particular moment?
I think he could play instead of rook c3, he could play king d4, and I had to take on b3, cb3, rook e3, king d3, or rook c4. I think it was a draw almost till then, but like you need to force a draw at some moment, and if you are not able to do it, I mean, even if we would get like rook versus rook, it's good chances that I would flag him.
Our casters just said it's the biggest moment of your life so far. Do you agree?
In terms of money, probably yes, but I feel quite calm. I played lots of good events, so probably yeah.
You are facing the winner of Arjun Erigaisi against Hikaru Nakamura. Next, do you have a preference?
Yeah, probably Arjun. A bit better.
Last question. You have another key to crush. Did you practice a little how to crush your opponent's key overnight? There's been some attention.
Not really. I yesterday, like my first time, I did it. I thought even before I crashed it, I thought that there is a good place to put it, and I put it there because I didn't know that I need to crash. Yeah, I didn't know that I need to crash it, and now I have some experience.
All right, Denis Lazovic, congratulations. What a match. Best of luck for the rest of the tournament. Thank you. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Jan. And we're happy to hear that Denis is now very experienced crushing keys, and he is about to crush the key of his opponent, Grandmaster Nodirbek Abdusatorov. Representing Team Navi, he will be getting 200 points for Team Navi, and he has earned himself $75,000. But for Denis Lazovic, the story continues. He's in the 6 digits for the prize fund. He is getting a lot of points for AGAL. We cannot be congratulating him enough, but this is just the beginning, ladies and gentlemen, of the playoffs. We're going to take a short break, but when we are back, the runner-up of last year, Alireza Firuza, will be here to face a very dividing personality in the chess world, Hans Niemann. The stakes will be the same. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Welcome back to the quarterfinals of chess here at the Esports World Cup in Paris. We are in the grand finale and the stakes could not be higher. It's $1.5 million in prize fund in chess, 30 million for the clubs. And at the moment, it's Team AGAL who is leading. Denis Lazovic has just managed to qualify to the semifinals, making his team very happy. But the upcoming match is also really valuable for those precious Club Championship points. Last year, the runner-up of the event, Alireza Firouzja, scored 750 points for Team Falcons, helping his esports organization win the trophy. The Falcons are currently chasing AGAL. This is a crucial matchup for them, for Alireza and for Hikaru to score well for the Falcons. But the person that's standing in the way of Alireza right now in the quarterfinals is none other than Godlike Esports representative Hans Niemann. Zach, I'm looking at you first to talk about this matchup. Alireza against Hans. Best of 4. Who will prevail?
It's difficult to say who will prevail in a match like that because it's so tight. These are two world-class players facing. But I gotta give it, if it does go to Armageddon in a situation that we've seen before in these matchups, we've seen Hikaru right now is playing in an Armageddon match, we've just seen our Armageddon match, I would have to give that edge to Alireza Firouzja, who has been clutch in this tournament thus far, winning both of his Armageddon matches.
Would you agree with that, Jan, or do you have a different take on who is the favorite in this match?
I think Zach is biased because him and Alireza are lookalikes, so of course he is rooting for him. But Hans Niemann, with all the controversy surrounding him, arguably one of the most famous chess players there, has been steadily improving. What I really admire about him, with all his attention on him, he's been improving his chess. He's definitely world-class in Blitz, improved a lot in Classical, and we'll see if he's got it in Rapid. I think it's pretty much a crapshoot.
And the game has just begun. It's a best of 4. And if it's a tie after 4 games, we will see another Armageddon. The stakes could not be higher. The player that wins makes it to the semifinals. The player that loses will be eliminated. I'm going to give it over to you, Zach and Jan, to cover the action here.
Thank you, Anna.
Thank you, Anna. We have another London system. I was so excited about this matchup, Zach, and now the London system, the most boring opening known to man. Should I take a break, come back for game number 2?
London system in Paris. What could be more romantic?
I don't get it, too. What's good about that?
Two big cities.
Oh, wow.
I feel it's very poetic.
Why not the Berlin Wall?
Berlin Wall is more of a darker time in our history as humans. I feel like these two inaugural cities, Paris, London, what makes for a more beautiful and poetic match?
Tell us more. What is this position? The Black Queen is out. White has given up on the center. He's moved his bishop twice. They're breaking all the rules. I was taught, you bring your pieces out, your castle, you fight for the center. They aren't doing any of that.
Well, maybe we'll see the fight for the center very, very soon, as Alireza Firouzja might play this pawn to c4 move, attacking Black's pawn chain.
He could do that, but he goes for pawn to b4. That's, in chess, they call it the orangutan.
Orangutan would be on the first move. However, this is about 10 moves in now.
So you should have played before is what you're saying.
Before, previous, we don't know. And now we see that c4 move, classic to attack the Black pawn chain.
Yeah, even though this is fairly non-standard stuff, it looks reasonably balanced to me. White eventually has to finish development, meaning get his bishop out, castle with his king. And then this pawn structure always has the tendency to simplify. If either side exchanges the central pawns, we are left with a pretty symmetrical pawn structure. So what Alireza Firouzja, the man with the golden glasses, has to do is make use of the white pieces, create a slight initiative by using his tempi, attacking some piece in the black camp, because if not, this will just fizzle out to a draw. Everybody hates draws.
Exactly, he has to create something.
There he
here.
goes, knight to d4, center. Threatens another knight jump to b5 to target the black queen and the bishop. But Hans Niemann is going to spot that. Maybe advance his pawn a little bit. Cover that square.
Yeah, and we have that close-up shot of Alireza right there, who is dialed in, absolutely focused, with a very low heart rate at this point in the match, which is very interesting.
Yeah, way below 100. Normally, we only see such numbers from the Iceman Arjun Erigaisi, who was in the other quarterfinals. He was at like 58. I've never been at 58 in my life.
I don't even think that's humanly possible, let alone for your superhuman tendencies.
Yeah. So, Hans Niemann taking a moment here to think it through, chewing his gum, and he has to cover that square on b5, I would assume, because if you allow that knight jump, yeah, there he goes, advances the pawn. Little slow, but he's gotten there in the end. Pawn takes, and black normally wants to recapture with a knight here. Yeah, he does it, because if you take with the pawn, you end up with some weaknesses. Alireza keeps playing very directly. He still hasn't developed his king side. His king is in the middle. He's trying to make something happen before.
Very funny. We've seen this similarity in that last match that we covered. Nordebek kept delaying his kingside castling. Why do you think that is?
Sometimes there's more important stuff to do. I mean, these are the best players in the world. They know you're supposed to bring your king into safety. But if you just get your pieces out, your opponent gets his pieces out, you shake hands, there's not much happening. So he's trying to generate some action here before by targeting the black queen, invading there on the queen side, but doesn't look like he got very far. I think Hans is solid.
Hans is solid indeed as he completes his kingside castling there.
Yeah, it's time for Alireza to catch up in development, also bring out that bishop and bring his king to safety. Or does he have other ideas? Could he jump with the knight, attack that bishop?
Ooh, that knight jumping to the center of the board or to the square c4, attacking this bishop.
Not sure how much it does, frankly. The bishop is going to go away. Get these pieces out, Alireza.
Yeah, that bishop must develop. But how about this problem bishop for black on that c8 square? It doesn't look like it has any possibilities of moving, and those rooks aren't coordinated. What's going on there?
Yeah, but if given a bit of time, that knight will move, make a square for the bishop will go there, the rooks will come. It's very much about keeping it cooking here quickly for Alireza. If not, black will just stabilize and be comfortably equal. And he does hit that bishop.
Bishop must move here as it
offering more exchanges.
2e7 offers a trade with that bishop on g5, and now we have a true Mexican standoff.
Is it a true Mexican standoff?
What is a true Mexican standoff for you?
I'm not sure. Is it people pointing guns at each other?
Well, how do you know that those bishops don't have guns?
I don't know. Let's be serious here, Zach. This is an important match. Bishops with guns. You know, you're really pushing it. Alireza has guns. He's hitting the gym. That we know. Hans being very, very solid here. I'm still wondering how white can make anything out of this tiny initiative that he has. He could exchange the bishops, ending the standoff, then jump with his knight into the heart of the black camp there on d6. But it doesn't look like it achieves all that much. Everything's protected.
And seems like Alireza is taking some valuable time off his clock to solve this decision.
Such a good feel for the initiative. Alireza Firouzja, the second youngest player to ever reach 2,700, the youngest player to ever reach 2,800. Because in chess, 2,800 is a sign of super, super elite. Only a few people have done it. Alireza did it as a teenager. Then he said, you know what? Chess is too easy. I'm going to take a couple years off, do some looks maxing, some sneaker designing, enjoy Paris, France. But now, feels like he's back on home turf, trying to win the thing.
Back on home turf, hopefully better than ever, as this is his chance to qualify for the semifinals.
Hans Niemann, on the other hand, has been very, very devoted to the game of chess. Did you watch his Netflix documentary?
I did. You're talking about Untold Chess Stories, correct?
That is what it's called.
Yes, I did watch it. It was very controversial, very spicy, and I think the producers really wanted that out of such a story, and they succeeded well. And
whom were you rooting for?
I think it made everyone look bad.
Everyone? Wow. Is that what you want out of a documentary? Knight e5, we have like a 4-knight tango in the center.
Ooh, Mexican standoff, and now we have Mexican salsa between
I'm
those
not
knights.
sure I like what Alireza is doing. Feels like black is very comfortable. The horses are out. White still has not castled yet. Black rook is ready to join the party in the middle. But you rarely see this picture, no? Knights occupying the very center of the board. e4, d4, e5, d5.
Beautiful. In our first match, we saw this
Stop saying Mexican standoff. Enough already.
Knight town hall meeting in which the knights were on the 4 central squares as well. It was very interesting to see.
Pawn to f5, forcing the action. Very direct. I was taught, never move your f-pawn. The problem with all these rules is there's always exceptions. Still, I'm not sure how much I like it, because this is a perma-weakening of the black structure. Now white is forced to exchange the bishops, but he won't mind. He will exchange bishops, drop his knight back, and say, you have done permanent damage to your king's safety.
All the while.
F5, getting a bit carried away.
Well, he's just trying to force matters, but maybe in the short term, this decision will not pan out long term.
And now I get what he wants. He wants, after bishop takes, he wants to recapture with his knight and then say, my queen is on that long diagonal, staring into the heart of your position on g2. That's his point.
Yes, punishing or aiming to punish Alireza for not castling and thus defending that weakness on that g2 square.
The bishop gets taken, no alternative. And I think Hans wants to recapture with the knight opening his queen up. Because if not, you don't see a move like pawn to f5 from such a strong grandmaster. But
no,
now
he takes with the queen.
Takes with the queen, but now he's a bit worse. Now just knight back. I think he noticed some detail that bothered him. Maybe after knight takes, white could not retreat his knight, advance his pawn instead to f4. But now it's slightly worse. Knight to c3, exchange one of the knights, and then you feast on that structure. Alireza doesn't want any exchanges, keeps all 4 knights. But knight normally wants to be closer to the center of the board. Because they're in the second rank. How many squares can you reach from d2?
Not as many as the number of squares you can reach from the center of the board.
Let's count. I think it's 6 from where it's now. Well, it's 8 from the center.
Correct.
Oh.
Bingo. And now he develops his rook to the center of the board, kind of x-raying this white queen on its original square.
Yeah, I still prefer white. The queen will go somewhere, and these weaknesses are forever. But it's not too bad. Still, you would rather have this pawn back on f7, giving the king some additional protection. Looks nice on f5, restricting the bishop, but weakens his colleague, the pawn on e6, and the bishop can always switch diagonals, go to the a2 square. So I think Alireza's doing well, but on the clock, he's a bit behind.
He is a little bit behind, nearly 90 seconds behind to be exact.
So word on the street is that Alireza Firouzja said, I don't just want chess to be my life, I also have a passion for fashion. And he took some time learning how to design sneakers. Have we ever seen the Firouzja sneakers?
I have not. Have you?
I haven't, but I'd like a pair. I think he has a keen sense of fashion. What do you think his sneakers look like?
I have no idea, but I do know that he likes his bishop fashionably along this very nice diagonal.
Smooth.
On a2.
Yeah. I still like his position. All kidding aside, this is a uniquely gifted chess player. Magnus Carlsen, back when Alireza was like 15, 16, he invited Alireza to one of the training camps and they were playing blitz matches. I was there sitting in the corner doing nothing.
Oh, okay.
And Alireza was winning quite a few games against the greatest player in the world. So Magnus spotted his talent early, later on said, if I'm going to defend my title, I'm a bit bored of all these World Championship matches, then against Alireza, because this guy's good. But somehow it didn't happen for Alireza. He didn't do well qualifying for that title, took some time off, didn't play a lot of tournaments. Do you think he can still become world champion?
Ooh, I don't know. That's a question for a different time. Because
why not now?
Boy,
he's right there.
It's so difficult for him to make the qualification cycle.
Yeah. But he does have world champion talent. As for the position, he's been a little slower, but he's fast, of course, so we don't need to worry that much.
I'm so surprised at how Alireza can keep his heart rate so low despite such a tense match situation. Really, really is some veteran presence. He's been playing these types of blitz, bullet formats, no increment. Ooh!
On to g5. Not what we are taught in chess school, exposing his own king even further to go for a counterattack. Hans, maybe realizing that he's a little in trouble long term, is saying, you know what? I'll go for the initiative, try to make up for it. And this might be a very good decision. I don't think Alireza saw pawn to g5 coming.
I love this ambitious try by Hans Niemann, trying to create havoc on the white king with this pawn storm.
Alireza saying, all right, calm down, let's exchange. Couple horses. lower the temperature a little bit.
So you do want trades when you're getting attacked, n'est-ce pas?
Apparently, but Hans Niemann is saying, merci beaucoup, let's keep the knights on the board. Alireza saying, okay, if not knights, maybe queens on that long diagonal. Maybe we can make a little trade there. Maybe Hans will yet again say no, put his pawn in the way. This is already a very different match than the last one we saw with all these very high-level technical draws. This is a bar fight.
Yes, this is a bar fight, sharp as can be. Grab your tools now. It's a very interesting struggle, particularly in this position, because you see that the white king has 0 defenders, so it's perfect to be attacked, but white is slowing down that black attack by threatening to trade pieces, trade queens.
Yeah, I think Alireza has enough initiative to make it difficult for Hans to keep it going. Right now he's threatening. Knight takes pawn on e6, and the queen cannot recapture because there would be a pin on the long diagonal. So Hans has to answer that threat.
And how do you push
I think
your
you go pawn to
up?
e5 to block that diagonal. I'm not sure if there's other options. He's clearly thinking about something. But that looks to be the obvious one. The king could also sidestep, but that would mean the king is on the same diagonal as that bishop again, which typically you do not want. Could be some tactics, like some knight jumps. Oh, he blundered! He missed it! He missed the threat!
Oh my goodness! This
just
might
take
be a
the pawn,
decisive game!
and this is it.
Alireza Firouzja has the game
tactic,
on his hands, and he plays
he's done it, of course.
Hans Niemann
this is a
so
giant
distraught.
blunder at this level, using the pin. And it's not just the pawn, because this knight, which will survive, also attacks both of the black rooks, so it's instantly resigns.
This is a mega blunder by Hans Niemann, who cannot believe his move.
This is insane. We don't see this at this level, but he was so focused on his attack, allowing a reasonably simple tactic. The queen cannot take the knight because the king would be attacked. And
Oh my
he does
God, and he
resign.
resigns
Oy, oy,
on move
oy.
26. Alireza wins this game so quickly.
Yeah, we haven't seen that much. We've seen mouse slips and time trouble drama, but here, in an equal position with 4 minutes on the clock, to allow a knight fork like that.
Just a flat-out blunder.
Rough. What can you do? It does happen. And Alireza Firouzja takes the lead up 1-0. Now Hans Niemann. In not quite a must-win yet, but if you don't win this white game, you keep falling behind, even 1.5, then the margin really gets tight, because at this level, to win with black, very, very hard if your opponent doesn't want you to create chances. So the next game, Hans has to win.
This is the harshness of chess. Oh.
It's not a fun game, is it?
The pain this game gives you is unmatched to any other feeling in the world.
I understand Alireza. If you have a bad day designing your sneakers, like you wake up the next morning, you say, you know, let's try a little light blue instead of all this white, and life is good. But if you lose a chess game, pain follows you around, often for a long, long time. I think it's typical for all competitive games, sports, that pain of losing can be bigger than the joy of winning. But I find chess particularly brutal.
It's such a brutal game, and especially how do you get back on the horse after such a big blunder? How does that not affect you coming into the second game of this match?
One good thing is Hans Niemann. He's been through stuff at a young age. He's used to controversy, adversity, and I do not think this will unsettle him. He will keep going. But even if he's fine mentally, you have to win a game now against Alireza, who's confident, fast, well prepared, plays the Berlin Wall. The Berlin in Paris. This is amazing.
The Berlin in Paris.
We had the London in Paris. Now we have the Berlin Paris. What other chess openings are named after cities?
Oh, so many, Jan. We saw the Carlsbad the other day. That's more of a structure, less
That's
of an
more
opening.
of a village.
Oh, it's a village, really?
Carlsbad, yeah, it's small. Any
What
big
other
cities?
cities come to mind?
I got
Budapest?
nothing.
No. Budapest Gambit?
Budapest, yeah, that's sort of, that's in there.
Budapest Gambit?
But this is the Berlin, and Hans Niemann is going for the end game. This end game got popularized in the year 2000, when Vladimir Kramnik used it to neutralize the GOAT at that time, at the very least, Garry Kasparov, in their World Championship match. He played the strange line, leaving his king in the center, accepting double pawns. But he didn't lose a single game to Garry Kasparov. The world took notice, and top players have been using this setup ever since Alireza.
And here we are 26 years later, where this opening is still very much present.
Wow, so you were not born during the Kasparov-Kramnik match?
I was not born. I did not even see it
that's
live.
sick.
Yeah.
I was already cynical back then. Knight to d5, bishop to d2. There are many possible setups to choose, but basically it comes down to white wants to use his kingside majority. That's why he played the strange move with the knight sitting there close to the king, because he wants to clear the way for the f-pawn. Here there are no queens, so you don't even have to be too worried about exposing your king. You want to push these pawns up the board using the fact that that majority is, how do you call this, mobile. They can create a passer, they can create some trouble, while black can't do that because of his double pawn.
We saw this earlier in another match a few days ago. I want to say...
Let's see if you remember.
Jan Krzysztof Duda against Sina Movahead?
No, it was against Benjamin Bock.
Oh, of course. He had placed this very nice knight on this f6 square, and those 4 against 3, we've seen this before. These 4 pawns on that right flank of the board can be very demanding.
And I like, because nowadays most openings are fine for black if you check with a computer, if you have time to think it through. So in classical chess, very often you see white not going for this because they feel it's too easy for black to defend. But I feel in Rapid, and Duda said something similar, it is easier for white because he has a more clear-cut plan to execute. So I like these top players going for these setups in Rapid, and especially here Hans in a must-win situation. At least he gets some imbalance. So I don't think this is a stupid choice, even though the ending has a reputation of being drawish or equal. I don't think that's true. I think it's very rich strategically, and I like what Hans chose here.
The question is, will Alireza and his black pieces will make available for his bishop pair to illuminate this board?
That is the question indeed. I didn't get the question. But Hans Niemann, I think he has a business called Endgame AI. He likes endgames.
Oh, do you think that's why he went for this?
Not sure if it's purely promotional. I think he's also good at endgames. He enjoys the queens being off, you know, then the little subtle nuances of shuffling your pieces around. Pushes the f-pawn up the board. Computer saying black is fine. I still like white's chances, you know, looks easier to play.
Yes, it seems that Hans' 3 pawns are out and about, already taking that space.
Pawn to f5, fighting back. Nice idea. Before white grabs more space. Alireza saying not so fast.
Very provocative strategic move.
I like it. I like it. Now he has to stop these pawns from running up the board. Create some scope for his bishops. He allows en passant. E5 takes f6 is a legal move here. But that's not the end of the world. He can even recapture with a pawn. Then puts rook on j8. No, this is an excellent decision. And I didn't think of it. I might have to retract what I just said. I think black is fine now. Very good move.
You think you need some brushing up on your positional chess?
I have to study my en passant rules. They're so confusing. Like you put a pawn there, next to pawn, then it captures him. It's never been intuitive to me. But now black is fine. E takes f6, g takes f6. And if you take the other pawn, g takes f5, then the bishop takes, also stopping that f-pawn.
And suddenly that white king will have some problems in said position.
Exactly. Excellent move. And Alireza showing his class here. Hans takes, goes f5. He had to limit that light square bishop a little bit. But I feel like black has enough targets now. He can move his king out of the way, bring the rook to e8. These pawns aren't going anywhere. The other rook can go to g8. This looks comfy. So good.
Alireza brings out his bishop.
He's teasing a bit. He's saying, you know what? Please take my bishop, because then we will have the so-called opposite colored bishops, which have a strong drawing tendency. And if you lead in the match, you don't mind. Draw a little position. Very solid move. Even though I think there might have been more for him to work with, keeping the bishops on the board.
He also undoubles his pawns, fixing his pawn structure, and now Alireza gets rid of a lot of his problems.
Yeah. King can step out of the way, the other rook will join the action. doesn't look like he's in trouble, but he might also not be better anymore, which he used to be earlier. While now, I don't see how black could fight for an advantage. Hans is stabilizing. And this bishop on, what's the square? D7, the black light squared bishop. It's a little restricted by the white pawns. How do we activate it?
Yeah, it is indeed. Would you consider playing something like c5, bishop c6 so the bishop can meet that long diagonal?
I think you gotta eventually. Question is the timing. He first brings the king out of the way. Then he wants the rook to enter the game, come to the open file or to the g file. Then we have to work on that bishop.
I see the black pieces even playing for an advantage from this position. That open H line looks like it favors those black rooks.
I'm not sure. I feel like white is fine now. This check is a little annoying. Forcing the king to the side. Maybe we could use our rooks to challenge that H file even. Rook D3, rook H3. I'm not sure how you do it. And Alireza's been playing very fast.
How about that centralized knight there on D5? An absolute monster of a piece that cannot even be touched right now in this position.
That is true. Once again, your Alireza bias is shining through your commentary. I get it. You guys are friends.
I actually liked Hans' position more coming into this endgame with those 4v3s, but I think he spoiled his pawn majority on that right flank of the board.
Still there, 2 versus 1, but no. I'm with you, I do believe. Black should be alright. But Hans, he likes these dry positions. Brings the bishop back now. After he forced the king a little further away from the center.
Oh, does the white bishop want to reroute to the square G3 and attack this newly created weakness on D6?
Not just attack, but also defend the horsey on H2, covering up the H file, so it's a multi-purpose square.
Beautiful maneuvering by the white pieces.
Very nice. Question is, does Alireza have to react? He can just bring his rook, then if the bishop goes to its target square, king goes back, covers the pawn. Doesn't look like there's too much happening. But Alireza sometimes, even if his position is solid, if there's not enough happening, he can get a little impatient. He wants to do something active. And if that's the case here, it's going to be dangerous against Hans. Because this position, I think, is asking you for patience, little maneuvering, don't allow anything. That's historically not been Alireza's cup of tea. He's more of a dynamic guy.
However, Hans must watch out. He's taken minute turns in the past 5 turns, so he must watch his clock a little bit as he plays really fast these last 2 moves.
Yeah, he had to catch up a bit. There's the bishop on its destination square, threatening to eat that pawn. So the king should sidestep, cover it.
That will create a long-term absolute pin on that pawn, which could be targeted in a further section of this game.
Very much so. And Alireza thinking here, he's looking to be the second Falcon in the semifinals because his teammate, Hikaru Nakamura, won his Armageddon against Arjun Erigaisi. So just like last year, where the Falcons finished 2nd and 3rd, they're going strong, securing more points for that powerhouse, and they will need it because Des Lazovic for AJAL is in the semifinals as well.
Absolutely, as we see.
Look at this,
Hans
the engine bar crawling up there. It's saying Hans with a chance now. Alireza decided to exchange a pair of rooks before covering the pawn. And I'm not sure why it's so dangerous for black. But now, white apparently has some chances. Maybe just bring the knight back, knight to f3, knight to d4. You could also think about knight to f1 and knight to e3. This is pressure, especially this knight f1, knight e3, debunking that strong knight on d5.
Absolutely.
How do you even hang on to the pawn? He's got knight f3, also looked very natural. But maybe challenging the black knight was even stronger.
Yes, this knight f1, knight e3 plan you mentioned was the way to go here, putting further pressure on that deep weakness on d6.
Rook to d4. And Sneeman showing his endgame prowess here, making some progress against Alireza Firouzja. But like I said, this waiting passively, defending, it's not his cup of tea. Now pawn to c4 is a threat. to destabilize that knight. Maybe black has to go pawn to b4 to stop that.
Ooh, I love this move, fixing that white pawn structure on the left flank of the board.
He's still in trouble. Knight to d2, threatening knight e4, knight c4. You can see a tiny head shake there from Alireza. Hans is leaning back in his chair like Terror Squad. And I think he's a big favorite to win this now.
All of a sudden, Hans has shown absolute class in putting some pressure on those weak points. And look at that d6 pawn. Such a liability.
You know where I think it all went wrong was when Alireza played this move bishop to d6, allowing Hans to take it and then stabilize. Because Alireza was better there. If he keeps his two bishops, starts attacking. But maybe the 1-0 lead got into his head. He thought, I have to play solid. Not only was it the wrong decision chess-wise, it's also wrong decision for him stylistically. It's not how he plays. Now he's suffering badly.
Hans has a chance here to equalize this game 2 out of 4.
Nothing direct, but the black pieces are very passive, having to cover that d6 pawn. So maybe you can activate your rook, which has done its job, bring it back to d1, and try to sneak over to that h-file. And if the rook would end up on h7 or even h6, black defenses might collapse. I don't see how you hold this.
Hans, who needs to find this plan in order to grasp the advantage here.
And he will.
I think it's within his grasp. Absolutely.
Very much so. He's maximizes other pieces. The knight is perfect. The bishop is perfect. That rook could handle a little more responsibility. And now, just as we said, he's offering the knight exchange. That's a surprise. So it takes and pawn to c5. Do you think he can win even without the knights? I am shocked by this decision. His knight was so pretty.
So powerful on c4. All he had to do was bring his rook down, bring his rook to the other side of the board, reach that h6 or h7 square, and suddenly the black pieces have to defend so many weaknesses at once. It's too much to handle.
Yeah, because they were all stuck defending this d6 pawn. Knight e3 still has pressure because there's more targets for him. Pawn on f6, pawn on d6, pawn on b4. But I am not sure this is maximizing his chances. Alireza doesn't look happy though.
As more non-bishops are traded off this board, this position gets equal and equal, as those bishops are opposite-colored bishops, which is notorious for having some drawn patterns.
Yeah, especially if no other pieces are left. If there are some rooks on the board, then the attacker sometimes has an advantage, and Alireza Firouzja shaking his head. He's still very unhappy about the state of things.
However, you cannot trade immediately on e3 because
why is that?
You're left with a glaring weakness on this f6 pawn that you really can't defend easily.
Yeah, no, it's difficult. Maybe he has to go pawn to a5, let Hans do the trading. It's still unpleasant. Yeah, he plays pawn to a5. White could even change his mind, return to c4, say thank you for the new target, and then back to rook reshuffling. Now he takes Hans,
Bishop
very clean
h4.
chess style, like his idol Robert James Fisher, who would play these very clean games, not always like fancy, but progressing, saying, you know what, I don't need more pieces on the board. I spotted this weakness, now we will bring my king to f4, then maybe go g5, create a passer. I'm not sure if it's enough to win, but Hans looks like he knows what he's doing here.
Bishop folds all the way to the corner there. What is that move's purpose?
I think he wants to prepare pawn to c5 without that bishop being attacked by the rook. Not so much he could do. He's looking for counterplay.
Pawn to c5 or pawn to d5 with bishop coming back to e4 and then king to d6?
Also possible, yeah, maybe. Yeah, that's a good point. Pawn to d5 and the bishop gets an outpost on e4. Very possible. And rook to d2. Abandoning that e4 square. There,
Bishop
the
back to
occupies
e4
it.
and
There
it's
comes
defended
pawn
by
to
this
d5.
pawn.
He did your plan. Not only do you guys look alike, you also think alike. That's amazing.
The question
Rook
remains,
to
how do you
h2?
attack this weak pawn on f6 now?
You have to get the bishop out of the way, bring the rook in, and then bring the bishop back. But Firouzja is looking for counterplay, advancing his own pawns. Because he no longer has double pawns. He has a working majority on that queen side now. They are marching.
This majority can become dangerous if Hans brings all his pieces too far and lets that swing.
First, he should probably activate his king. Yeah, there comes the king. Support these guys. Kings are weird pieces. They're supposed to be hidden for most of the game, but then when there are few pieces left, they have to go do stuff.
And now we have a mistake. Pawn to c3, trying to get rid of his weakness of that c2
This has
pawn.
gone wrong. Typically, you don't want to play on the side where you're weaker, and he has to exchange off that weakness. But now Alireza has so much counterplay. Well, nothing happened to that f6 pawn. Alireza Firouzja very much back in the game.
We might see a breakthrough from these pawns on the left side, left flank of the board here, as Alireza tries to create some persistent counterplay to distract Hans's pieces.
Now, this looks absolutely fine for black. You can either simplify or you can go after these pawns, as Alireza does. Bishop to b1. The white rook has to go back, cover his own pawn, go passive. But now black can target again, as he does with the rook to the corner. If anybody's better, it's Alireza now. And let's not forget, he would be fine with the draw, but he'll be even more fine with the win, taking a 2-0 lead.
I love this idea by Hans. Rook to b2, forcing the bishop to take that pawn. And now the bishop feels a bit trapped.
Another Fischer theme. There's this very famous game, Spassky against Fischer, where that bishop got trapped on the opposite side of the board, but same square. However, is Alireza in time here to go pawn to d4, rook to a3, bishop takes b3? Or is he not? Now he goes c4, saying, you know what, I don't want to push my luck. I'm okay simplifying. But now it's once again black that has to be careful. Also lower on time, Alireza. What a comeback by Hans.
Comeback by Hans.
But Alireza's forcing the rooks off. You cannot keep the rooks. Rook to b1, bishop to d3.
Ooh.
And without the rooks, a player of Alireza's caliber can make 8,000 moves in such a position. This is a draw. Whenever the white pawn advances to the f7 square, it will get captured. I don't think Hans is even going to try.
He is trying, though. Maybe is he trying to flag him?
But he's just waiting. He's going to wait for 30 moves, then he's going to go f7. Hope Alireza has pre-moved something else, but it's not happening now. There comes f7 and a draw. Both sides missing some chances.
We have applause from the audiences there.
Rightly so. Big struggle.
Keeps his lead in this match. 1.5 to 0.5.
That means if he wins the next game, he is through to the semifinals. But that can be tricky. As the white pieces, do you play for a win? Or do you think, like, you know what? With a draw, I'm still up 2-1. I'm not likely to lose. I've seen these situations where people hesitate a bit instead of going for the win and allowing the opponent to come back.
However, Alireza will have the white pieces in this next game, so this will be a crucial game for the match.
Exactly. Speaking of comeback, Alireza just left. Do you think this was another best of two? Do you think it's all over?
Maybe. Will remain to be seen.
What is this? It says 25 club champion. Ah, that's the Falcons. I thought Denis Lazovic put Alireza's key in the trophy already.
And Hans Niemann playing back that last game to see what was wrong. He felt he had an advantage at some point in this game.
Should have kept these knights on the board. He's gonna be upset when he sees all these computer evaluations. We will let Hans check it out, go on a quick break, and be back with you for the deciding games.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qiddiya City, powered by play. Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
And we are back for game 3 of this 4-game match. Alireza Firouzja is leading 1.5, 2.5 as we get ready for game number 3. I'm so excited. Alireza won the first game. Second game was a draw. Alireza had to find a way out of it in that Berlin endgame, a very, very famous Berlin endgame, as we await this start to the match. Here we have both contestants absolutely locked in at this moment, very prepared. And here we go. We are off in game 3 of this match. We have a Queen Pawns opening. Seems as though Hans Niemann is coming up with this Queen's Indian setup where Black fianchettos their bishop, places their bishop on the strategic B7 square early on in the game, and takes up this long diagonal. What do you think of this, Jan?
Another London, Alireza is being true to his guns. He doesn't want to complicate the game. This will be a more quiet affair, maybe indicating that Firouzja doesn't mind a draw too much, keeping it solid with the lead.
Yes, and now Hans takes up that center with that pawn move, pawn to d5 and pawn to c5 back to back.
Yeah, very typical play. I'm assuming this is still a theoretical position. White will castle, then the decision... Oh no, queen to b1. Just as I said, typical stuff. He plays a weird-looking move. Queen to the side of the board. What's that about?
Spicy stuff. Lining up the bishop and the queen along this nice diagonal. Putting some pressure on this h7 pawn.
That pawn is defended. That's one of these super grandmasterly moves, maybe dual purpose. He wants to prepare b4, wants to prepare knight jumping to e5, and it can't get captured because then that pawn would be loose after the other knight moving away. I don't fully understand this move.
Yeah, it seems like the queen is hindering that rook in the corner there by placing itself on b1. What is the strategic idea behind this queen move?
I'm still trying to figure it out. I don't know. I understand Hans's queen move, because he wants to go bishop to a6, exchange this quote-unquote good bishop that white has on d3, which is controlling a lot of squares, while his bishop is a little passive sitting there on b7, so he wants to get rid of it. Very logical move. But queen to b1, I don't know. Maybe now pawn to b4, stop the black idea to exchange the bishops with bishop to a6. Very deep stuff. Yeah, that comes to b pawn.
Move, pawn to b4, stopping his opponent's plan.
Yeah, that's often what happens in these super grandmaster games. One side has a strategic, subtle idea, the other side spots it, stops it. That's often how you can explain these moves, which might look a little random. He wants to stop the exchange of bishops.
And this is like a Harry Potter novel unfolding before our eyes as we understand this queen move to be one supporting this b4 push.
A lot of plot twists in Harry Potter unfolding?
Yes, all the time.
Which one?
Well, the author has a lot of plot holes that continuously unfold as the story
sounds like you're winging it. You haven't read a single Harry Potter novel.
Oh, I'm in the middle of Harry Potter 5. I don't know what you're talking about.
All right.
Fully fledged.
All right. Who's your favorite character?
Neville Longbottom. Because he's the chosen one, actually. People don't talk about that.
Phil the actor. Harry Mueling. He's finally getting his due.
There you go.
Moving on. Pawn to b4. Alireza Firouzja. I don't think he's read any Harry Potter. Rook to d8. Somewhat strange move by Hans. Not sure what that's about. Centralizing the rook, but feels a little off topic, does it not?
Do you feel that Alireza has won the psychological battle early on in this game with this stumping queen b1 and b4 idea?
I don't know. I feel it's more about the overall score. Hans is trying to keep it a little weird, trying to take some chances, but now Alireza seems very comfortable because the black idea has been stopped. This bishop a6. Black pieces are sort of standing in each other's ways, while white can just expand on the queen side. Pawn to a4, the rook will go to c1. Then you can tease opening the position on either side, and Hans goes pawn to a5. But white can just advance pawn to b5, leaving that bishop locked up forever.
Oh, a life sentence for that bishop on b7 is awaiting after that pawn move. And how about that weakness, that b6 pawn weakness that is left after pawn to b5?
Pawn to b5. It's hard to attack. I think it's more about the space and taking the c6 square, the a6 square from that bishop. I don't know. That prison is more secure than Azkaban.
I was going to say it. The knight centralizes to e5 for Alireza Firouzja. What a nice positioning for that knight. What a beautiful outpost square.
Yeah, Alireza with a masterclass in boring London play here. Slowly but surely showing us what he had in mind with the serious positional advantage now. Knight to g6, trying to challenge that knight. Another decision. Sometimes they allow knight takes f4, give that bishop and play with the double pawns, which Alireza could do. It matches his style, but it's a little more risky than just moving that bishop away or exchanging knights. And yet, with a match score, I think he's fine. Keeping it tight, moves the bishop out of the way.
Bishop g3, and white is not only equal, as white has a glaring, beautiful spatial advantage in this position.
Yeah, white is better. Not decisively, but just long-term. That bishop might look okay on b7, but it's being blocked by his own pawn on the long diagonal and by the white pawn anywhere it wants to go. It's hard to imagine a bright future for that b7 bishop.
We are witnessing a strategic masterclass so far from Alireza. Sorry if that sounds biased to your ears, Jan, but this has been
that is
really
true.
good play
That is
so
true. You can be biased and right. What's Hans gonna do? He's trying to challenge that knight on e5, but worst case scenario, the f pawn could advance, support it further. The other knight could also come to its aid. Alireza has an abundance of plans here. I think the aggressive move that you normally play would be pawn to f4. It feels like he's holding back a little bit because of the match situation. Trying to play it extra safe, even if it's not pressure maxing.
Match situation, going for trades in a position like this.
Yeah, he's still also saying, you know what, your bishop on b7 is stupid. I'm fine exchanging all the other pieces. But I think if the score was equal, we would have seen more aggressive play by Alireza Firouzja.
However, long-term, this will be a tale of white's very powerful white light-squared bishop on d3 versus black's terrible light-squared bishop on b7.
That's what he's trying to pronounce. Hans will be looking for ways to break out of this bind, either with knight to e4, provoking that exchange, or by playing for the e5 break with knight d7. But he's gone knight to e4, saying, please take, at least my bishop will get a little more scope after that exchange. Even though I'd still take white, even if you take and to put the knight on e5 or d2, still looks pleasant for Alireza Firouzja.
The knight jumps to e4 there. Computer signaling a mistake there for that move.
What does he know? Rook to c1. No further exchanges, just covers the pawn that was attacked by the knight. hinting that one day he could also open the position further with pawn to c4, even though I don't think it's high on his to-do list. The problem is for Hans, how do you create any activity? Do you go pawn to f6, leave some weaknesses, cover some squares, preparing g5? Hard to think of something constructive to do.
It's a difficult position to navigate overall, as what is next for the black pieces here exactly? It's very hard to think of a plan that's conducive to the black position.
It does look rough. Often when you don't have a clear plan, you also end up burning more time because you consider some options, don't like it, don't like it, don't like it. But there's nothing good. It's one unfair thing about chess. Once you're worse, you can't like improve your situation by yourself. Your opponent has to help.
How would Alireza help his opponent to untangle here? Doesn't seem like it's so easy, even maybe by playing c4 and open and letting Hans's bishop open up on that long diagonal?
He's not a very helpful guy. I once asked him to help me with my luggage. I had these 2 big suitcases. He said, no, I'm good, I'm good.
That's funny because at the airport, I asked him with some drawing things to help me color this coloring book I had, and he refused immediately. Very dry.
He didn't color your coloring book?
He did not color my coloring book at all.
That is so rude, especially
Painful.
at the airport.
Painful and upsetting, honestly.
I'm sorry that happened to you. Why was he at the airport? He lives here.
Not for this event. This is
your story's falling apart. Pawn to c4 by Hans Niemann, trying to force the issue, asking that bishop, what's it going to be? You're going to take my horsey? You can't retreat because then I will take your pawn. But taking the horsey might be good.
Ooh.
Let's say you take. The pawn has to take back. Then we jump to g5. We target that central pawn on e4. Black has to go f5, but that means the knight stays forever. Once again, Alireza is shying away from changing the situation. Saying, I'm solid, I don't want to change the status quo. But every time he avoids sharpness, he allows Hans a little bit back into the game.
Could this avoidedness of playing sharp positions cost him later on in this match?
We shall see. It's the usual. If he just makes 2 solid draws, we will say, yeah, very pragmatic. He controlled the match. If he loses a game, we'll say, should have taken more chances when he had that nice position. So it's always very results-oriented, and we never have a big enough sample size to really say, was this decision good or bad? I feel it's probably close, because if you mix it up, you increase your chance of winning, but you also increase your chance of losing while keeping it tight. He probably won't. You never know, but he probably won't lose this game. So, pros and cons. It's another thing in chess. The players not only have to look for the best moves, but they also constantly have to evaluate what move maximizes my tournament situation with the score. So, it's another dimension. 92, more exchanges. Alireza also being very clean. He's saying, your bishop is bad on b7. I don't care about anything else. I want to exchange all the other pieces and enjoy watching your bad bishop being blocked in there. g5, Hans trying once again to make white capture on e4 so that bishop gets an extra square. And also maybe going for a little desperation attack there on the king side. The rook comes back to the king side, anticipating some action.
And what is the purpose of this pawn to g5 move by Hans Niemann? Could he be going for a second attack with the black pieces in 2 games with black?
I think it's mainly a strategic move, grabbing a bit of space, but if the chance arises to launch an attack, I'm sure he won't mind. Don't really see it in the cards just yet, because he doesn't have enough attackers there. And if he pushes pawns further, pawn to f5, he leaves more holes in his position, would induce knight to f3 and the knight occupying that square. So I don't really see how you start an attack. But in general, Hans is stabilized. His pieces are more or less out. Alireza has played passively. His own bishop is not that impressive anymore.
Let's fix that. What if I play the move bishop to f3, pressuring your knight on e4 once more? How do you react to such a question?
That might make me go f5, because you block that square for the knight. So if the knight can no longer occupy that square and jump into e5, then f5 becomes a little more tempting. Nothing's free in chess. There's always compromise. You'd also like to advance your pawn to challenge that knight, pawn to f3, but then you give up that g3 square, which he also doesn't like. And Alireza taking a moment here seems a bit unsure how to proceed. Do you force the issue with bishop f3, with pawn to f3? Pawn to f4 is also possible. Or do you sit sort of passively and argue? You can't really improve your position, Hans, sir.
Yes, Bobby Fischer once said, with every pawn move, in order to take squares, you must give squares.
Did he say that?
He did say that, yes.
Wow.
You think I'm just popping up fake quotes?
Yeah. In order to take squares, you must give squares. Wow. It's like give a little, take a little.
Exactly.
Let your
you
poor heart break a little.
To f3, you're giving the g3 square.
And he's gone bishop to f3, as you mentioned. I mentioned now f5 has become more tempting. Is he going to do it?
So f5, which would give that hole on that e5 square, but you can't take it up with that.
You
with
can't
your
get
knight.
there. What you can do is you can take on e4 finally, change the structure, which Alireza has been hesitant to do, but now it feels like it's time before black expands too much, and pawn to f3, trying to clarify, he's trying to reclaim that square for his knight. He's saying, you know what, I'm awakening your bishop that I've played against, but since you weaken that square in the center, now after takes, knight takes, you can even exchange a bishop. But after rook takes, I will have the e4 break. I'm still in the driver's seat. I like the adjustment here from Alireza, realizing I can't just wait around, do nothing for the rest of the game.
Hans Niemann sees this and brings his bishop forward, closing up on that e4 strike to break the structure.
Yeah, the queen sidesteps, and now it's a big question. The knight is ready to jump into that central square. We call it an outpost, a knight in the enemy's camp on a square defended by a pawn that the opponent can't challenge. It's a powerful piece. Although
Indeed
here,
so.
Black bishop is also a powerful piece all of a sudden. It has risen.
Yes, this bishop has escaped Azkaban's, but trades off on this knight.
Hans decides he can't allow that horsey to dominate, gets rid of it. But now white is just better without any risk, which is what Alireza wanted, because white has the key to break the position with pawn to e4, while black can't really do that much. He's trying to prepare pawn to e5, but I am not sure that is a realistic scenario. Queen to g3, rook to e1, and then we play e4 as we see fit.
And speaking of keys, one of these players will have their keys crushed at the end of this match. How exciting.
Yeah. Good news is they could face Denis Lazovic down the stretch. And if you lose to Denis, he normally hands the tournament victory to you. He will put your key into the trophy.
Absolutely. As we see this pawn break finally, pawn to e4, and I like this white position.
Yeah, Alireza is doing well. This could be the last game of the match, because Alireza wins this, which doesn't seem unlikely from here. The match is over.
Was Alireza playing for a win this whole time, despite us calling his play rather tame?
Yeah, I think he was controlling the issue. He wasn't necessarily playing for a draw. He was making sure he doesn't lose, not taking risks, but he would not mind winning, is my best guess. So he took the pawn in the middle, is a pawn up now, but the battle has not yet ended. Hans going rook to e6, trying to regain that pawn. And if the white pawn takes on f5, the rook will take on e5, attacking the queen, attacking another pawn. The work is not yet done for Alireza Firouzja, but he's better. Takes, goes queen to g4, keeps an eye on the black pawn, on c4 and on g5. Material balance is restored, but white has a slightly safer king, will bring his rook up the board now. Still better for white.
Incredible play here as we see those weaknesses.
On to g6, computer not happy, exposing the king further by opening up that 7th rank, which was covered by the pawn earlier. Alireza centralizing. There was something stronger apparently, but this looks very, very natural. Now he's ready to give a check with the queen or with the rook. Hans trying to run with his king, trying to escape to h6, but is that a safe haven?
Not at all. Oh, Alireza has this really interesting idea. Queen to the square, d4.
Oh, but you don't think of that. You're not thinking about an endgame here. You're thinking about hunting the black king down. Queen to d4 is very deep, arguing that even the rook endgame is good for white. I don't think he's going to do that. I'm expecting a move like, I don't even know. The problem is you can't move your rook away because black has some counterplay, giving a check himself, and he's going for the rook endgame, just a different version. Queen to c6.
Is
that winning? Like if you take and rook c5? This looks...
What is he seeing? Rook d7 check and c7?
Yeah, but then what?
I don't know. It's hard to progress for the white
The
pieces
rook
from
goes
there.
to c5, keeps an eye on the c-pawn. You give it check, c6. The king moves up the board, c7, g4. This looks drawish to me. And Hans is
But
going
it is
for it.
indeed winning.
Oh, the bar disagrees. The bar says this is winning.
That forever pawn on c7 cannot be snatched.
King has to go up the board.
Oh,
you can't
this
go to the
king-
back rank.
If you go to h6, your king might be
C7,
trapped.
G4,
so
yeah, I
give
thought
some
G4
air.
freeing it, takes, but no, you can't go king G5 because of rook check. The rook has
Oh
to
my
take and we get a queen. So the king remains boxed in, and I think that's what Hans missed. And that means he's in trouble.
This was all part of the plan for Alireza Firouzja as he went into this rook endgame. What foresight!
He's pretty good at chess. I'm starting to get that feeling. Pawn to G5, trying to free a different path, but now white has time to bring his own king and feast on that queen side. Rook to B5, double attack. Alireza's winning. He's gonna win this match right here, right now.
Incredible stuff. As we see, Hans is not so happy about the match situation. We're seeing a little bit of a frown there.
But
it's equal
counterplay,
again.
counter-attacking as a C3 pawn. You can't give that pawn because if you're left with just your two G pawns, the position is still a draw. But now Hans is back. Rook to A2. Can centralize the king. I'm not sure this is winning anymore, but let's look at the clock as well. Both sides down to 30 seconds. My usual theory is that
Alireza is super
he's upset and he's spending 10 seconds. Alireza, you have 20 seconds.
He hit his head. He might
be mad at
lose
yourself
this.
later. Yeah, he could get flagged if he doesn't get his composure. He moves his king back and forth. He's trying to make a draw now. As Hans Niemann trying to win. What is
this
going
is a
on?
nightmare scenario for Alireza, who has his back against the wall right now.
Nah, I think it's a draw. They will move back and forth. They have enough time and they know how fast each other are. But Hans is wondering, rook f4 allowing this and check. I don't understand anything.
What is going on in this crazy game?
Chess-wise, it's still a draw, but Alireza down to
And we
11 seconds.
we
have
will see a
rook
flagging fest in this
versus rook.
position. No one is a friend. Everyone is a foe.
This is Alireza Firouzja, though, one of the fastest mouse artists in the game.
We see a draw with 6
And
seconds
he
left
does
for E.
survive. What a roller coaster. Alireza winning. Then he missed something in that rook end game. Shakes his head for 10 seconds. Goes down to 20 seconds. But escapes with the draw.
Incredible stuff. That was pretty crazy.
That was rough. 2-1 for Alireza Firouzja means the match continues. Hans Niemann in a must-win situation now with the white pieces. If he draws or loses, he's out. If he wins, we get Armageddon.
Crazy stuff.
But this has to sting a little bit, no? Alireza knows he was winning there. Probably he's even checking it now. And he could have ended the match right there. Made it to the semifinals. Joined the other Falcon. Well, now it's overtime. And Hans, he's resilient.
How about the quality of that play from Alireza in that last game? Wow. Just all the way through, you felt like he was progressing with the white pieces up until he found this dilution into a rook endgame that was winning, and he couldn't find the right moves.
Yeah, he has that tendency a bit. Like he also did against Wei Yi. He's dominating, but then once he's winning, sometimes I don't know, he loses focus a little bit, can get low on the clock and let people escape. But here we are, game number 4. Hans Niemann with the white pieces has to win or he is out of this year's EWC.
And we have an Italian on the board.
Who's Italian?
There's an Italian dancing on the board.
I see that. And that guy there. Yeah.
So we have a slow Italian, which is very, very popular nowadays at the top level.
This is Hans Niemann's bread and butter opening. He used it over and over again. But guess who else likes to play this with the white pieces? Alireza.
Oh.
And he's choosing the Magnus Carlsen plan, the most solid plan there is. You exchange these bishops, you do it with the rook, and then you bring your pieces up the board. This is a well-known theoretical position. Knight to b3, bit of a sideline, but still in the books. Black has to decide, do you go pawn to b5, stop white from expanding there? Do you go pawn to d5, strike in the center? Do you do none of the above? You could bring your rook back, because the rook is a little funny on e6. You could bring the knight over from e7 to g6, typical plan. I think I would do that, especially now after knight to b3. But let's see how Alireza feels about this. Knight to b3 is Hans' intended surprise, because until here, this was all mainstream theory.
Ooh. And you mentioned the other day that you have a very, very big opening tabia on such positions. Does your opening database covers this?
I even did a course on this very line with the black pieces. I would have to look up if knight b3 is in there. I know the main moves are in there, rook b1, bishop b2. Knight b3 is the intended surprise from Hans. My guess is he studied my course deeply and looked for anything that wasn't covered.
There you have it first, folks. Hans is a Jan fan.
I don't know, I'm making this up. But Alireza chose the plan I mentioned, knight to e7 and knight to g6. Bring that knight over to the king side. Hans clearly not surprised by this turn of events. And he's built the quintuple pawn chain. e4, d4, c4, b4, a4. 5 pawns attack.
This is a beautiful army forming in the center of the board and to the left flank.
So many pawns. Alireza looks so irritated. Can you capture one of these pawns, but then the knight jumps into action? Or do you keep the tension, allowing these pawns to advance further? Pawn to d5, pawn to c5. Not an easy spot. Nice homework by Hans Niemann in his bread and butter Italian.
And Alireza taking his time here, going down more than a minute in this position, trying to figure out, have I just been immensely surprised?
Yeah. Knight to h5 and Hans blitzes out king to h2. Prophylaxis. Alireza saying, give me that f4 square. Maybe your king will be unhappy. While my knight gets to f4, the rook joins the action. Hans not surprised, playing some defensive moves. Rook was threatening to take that knight and exchange sacrifice. So Hans brings the queen over to keep an eye on the horsey. Now he might be threatening his own tricks, like knight takes e5 with the laser towards that black knight on the rim, since the queen covers that square. Very interesting homework here by Hans Niemann.
And might I remind everyone watching that Hans controls this matchup in their last 9 games. Hans has 7.5 to 1.5 as their online score. Pretty impressive coming into this, although he must win this game.
That is a pretty sick score against one of the best players in the world. But this is not online chess. This is EWC. You can see your opponent, and Alireza's stare has melted many a man.
How poetic.
Thank you.
That's some Shakespeare?
Nah, that's Harry Potter 6. You'll get there eventually.
Okay.
Hans always looks a bit annoyed. I'm never sure if it's a position or just in general.
Maybe it's
state
the
of mind.
demeanor. What can you tell us about these 5 pawns? It looks super dangerous, but I can't quite figure out for the life of me what are the positional details, the intricacies of having these 5 pawns here. What is the tension that is going on the board?
Basically, white has more space and black is trying to compensate for it with the kingside attack, amassing all these forces there. But if the attack doesn't materialize, then white will be better because he has more options with all his pawns. He can take on e5, he can go d5, he can go c5, blocking the bishop on a7, he can open the position with b5. So it gives him a lot of flexibility. And Alireza is desperately looking for a way to make it a mess on the king side before any of those materialize.
Hans Niemann trying to repair the blunder in game 1, the sudden blunder out of nowhere that cost him a full point and makes him have to win this game.
Move, Alireza. This is a 10-0 game. He's thinking for 4 minutes. He's making a hand gesture like, I can't think of a move. It's not that bad. Make any move. Rook to e8, I don't know.
Rook to e6 was
back.
his response.
Very often, if you think forever, you make a bad move, and this is no exception. He just put his rook to f6, and now he goes back, indicating something's going wrong. Also cost him like 3 minutes. Alireza in trouble. Is this the big Hans comeback? He goes pawn to c5, blocks that bishop. Excellent move. Without that bishop on a7, it's going to be hard for white, for black to generate enough initiative here. Alireza Firouzja in trouble. Hans Niemann, 4 extra minutes, better position. Alireza's retreating all his pieces, saying, let's abandon this mission. It's like in the Odyssey. They reach some island, they start attacking, looking for food. Then they change their minds and they run back to their ships. But there's always a price to pay for these expeditions.
You just spoiled to me the Odyssey?
It's 3,000 years old. How much can you spoil?
The knight drops back. This is a signal. This is a signal to Hans that
something's going wrong.
I'm losing confidence in my position right now.
Yeah. You could see it on his face too, shaking his head. But at least he made up his mind. Okay, it's all out defense. And now Hans Niemann has to find a way to keep the fire burning.
Hans
Go
on a
pawn to
must-win.
d5.
But I must say that his chances are really good in this middle game.
Yeah,
he
couldn't
has
have gone
a
any
lot
better.
of time on the clock and a better position.
There comes the pawn. The rook will drop back all the way to e8. Hans now with a space advantage. This is so-called King's Indian structure.
Which Alireza Firouzja is known to master with the black pieces.
Yeah,
so
but
this
it's a
might
bad
actually...
structure for black.
Yes, it's a bad version. Yes.
White has all this extra space, and black doesn't have any of the kingside counterplay that you typically want out of the structure. Also, the bishop on a7 is not a very happy camper. Hans with a lot of chances here. The problem is at some point you have to do something. You're not just going to win the game by sitting there. And once you open the position, Alireza's calculating prowess comes into play. Still, couldn't have started any better for Hans Niemann. Knight a5, targeting the pawn on b7, which is awkward to defend. If you put the rook, you could still take it. And if the rook takes, you have this pawn, double attack pawn to c6. You don't want to advance the pawn either. You might have to use the queen for that meager purpose of covering one pawn.
Just feels like Hans Niemann is outplaying Alireza Firouzja.
He is. I just spotted. If you go queen to c8, as I thought, then pawn to c6 is winning. Because if you go b6, knight to b7 wins the exchange, and if you take knight takes c6, it's a double attack. So this is just winning.
And if you go b6, knight b7, and the rook is trapped on d8.
Yeah, this is really, really bad news. You have to go into scramble mode here, play pawn to c6 or d takes c5. Alireza sees it's gone wrong.
He's shaking his head. He's down to 3 minutes and a half. To Hans's near 8 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, he will be kicking himself now for not going harder for the win in that previous game when really was there for him for the taking. Pawn to c6, okay, trying to mix it. Still looks pretty sad. White can take that pawn. The other pawn is to recapture, and then rook to d2, or just a clean c takes d6. White is clearly better, but what can you do? Queen
Hans
takes
Niemann
d6.
finds it so cleanly. Queen takes d6, the best move, maintaining the advantage.
He loves his end games, and this is a particularly pleasant one. Can target that weakness on c6. This is very sad for Alireza Firouzja.
He's lost like all. You can feel it on
Look
his
at his
facial-
face.
Yes.
No bravery in his eyes anymore. Only
He
sadness.
looks so unconfident, so sad.
I've never seen anybody that sad since Neville Longbottom wasn't invited to the party in the Gryffindor sleeping quarters.
You just made that up. You haven't read Harry Potter.
I don't even know who Harry Potter is. Rook to c2. I don't see what to do. Rook c8, rook e6. Oh, he gives the pawn. Even sadder. He's looking for some tricks. Knight takes c6, bishop takes f2.
Ooh, some
But
overloading
White can't even
business.
prepare it. He can go king to g1, just cover that pawn, and then say, you know what, c6 not going to run away. But he does
But he
take
takes it.
Why?
And gambles his advantage
That's
away.
a mistake. Another tactical mistake by Hans. Why does he keep doing these things?
He gives his bishop takes
He
f2
missed bishop
tactic
takes
that
f2,
he
and
might
now
have
all of a
missed
sudden, this is a lot messier. White should still be a little better, but without that f2 pawn, the e4 pawn is constantly weak. Black has counterplay with knight f4. No, Alireza is back. But he has 2 minutes versus 7.
Bishop folds back to d4 here.
Yeah, he's still in trouble, but less trouble than he used to be. Pawn to b5 to take, bring the bishop back.
Alireza has to defend this. A draw is enough for him to move on to the semifinals. Will he be able to maintain
I don't see it.
this?
Just 2 minutes, still in trouble.
But look how this bishop fervently blocks this pawn on b5.
Against the endgame wizard Hans Niemann, is like the fewer pieces there are, the stronger Hans becomes. He's trying to get rid of even more pieces, freeing the way for his b pawn.
Now this nice question posed by this bishop jumping to e3, attacking this bishop to on b6. Take trade.
I didn't like the trade either. I thought he had to bring the knight to at least keep an eye on that b6 square.
Mildly surprising indeed.
Also, the clock keeps ticking. Alireza's playing very slowly. He has this tendency. He only wakes up when it's down to 20 seconds. But if he's lost by then and Hans has 6 minutes, it's not going to help him.
The time situation is crazy. 90 seconds to 6 minutes and 45 seconds.
How resilient this Hans Niemann character is. He's been through a lot at a young age. So, you know, being down in a do-or-die match against Alireza Firouzja doesn't scare him.
No, not at all, as
c-pawn is too strong.
Hans Niemann and his white pieces have grown this advantage with this very powerful passed c-pawn moving up to c7, creating more threats.
Yeah, Alireza looks so sad.
He's really distraught, unhappy of how this game went. He lost control of it from early on out with sensational prep by Hans Niemann, and Hans Niemann just takes over little by little.
That c7 pawn, so far advanced, you still have to find a way to queen it, and apparently Hans has not found the most precise way. Alireza sets up a somewhat desperate defensive line, but if the king can come to e8 now, keep everything covered, maybe there is still some hope. 1 minute though for Firouzja, that's not much time.
I thought this rook to b8 would work.
Knight takes e5 tactics.
Oh!
Does that work? Rook takes e5, rook takes e7. If knight takes e5, rook d8 check is his point. Alireza goes knight f8, very calm. And that's a very smart move. He's saying, I either want to take your pawn on c7 or your horsey now that I covered the back rank. And maybe that holds the game.
Tremendous resource found by
Alireza.
Only move in that position, and now this c7 pawn is actually a weakness that can be attacked 3 times by all 3 of Alireza's pieces.
Yeah. Even right here, right now, it's attacked twice already, and the knight is attacked. Hans has to go for plan B, flagging. Alireza only has a minute, but he's one of the best, if not the best, bullet 1 minute players in the world. He can make a lot of moves with 1 minute on the clock.
Will he be able to keep afloat despite this basically being a bullet game for him from here on out?
Rook to d8, but rook takes c7 should work. Yeah, rook takes c7 played. The white knight on e5 is still attacked, so you have to exchange rooks here. Now it's just knight and 3 pawns versus knight and 3 pawns. Hans, of course, has to win, but Alireza will go pawn to h5, pawn. No, he goes pawn to g6. Interesting. You can't win this position by pure chess means, so he has to flag. But is he going to be able to
start flailing about in this position?
I think Alireza is going to manage here. 47 seconds might not sound like a lot, but he is one of the top 1 minute players in the world, and this position is fairly easy to handle. I think he might still pull this out.
Hans Niemann is trying to press on Alireza's clock as much as possible. Milk as many seconds away from Alireza's clock as he possibly can.
But Alireza's in the zone now. Can pre-move his rook, moving back and forth. Pawn to h5, fixing the structure so he doesn't have to think about that. Also very important, you want to eliminate your opponent's options when you have no time. So he doesn't want to have to think about pawn to h5, pawn to g4. There's very little Hans can do on the chessboard.
Hans's pawns are fixed. How is he going to create counterplay in this position? He has the time to think about it, but he doesn't have the position to make it happen.
Yeah. I think what you do is you spend a little time, actually. Because Alireza is so tense now, he's so focused, he's ready to move. But if you think for a minute here and there, he doesn't know when the move is coming, and you can get a little fatigued of this constant tension. While now, when they're playing instantly,
beautiful move.
It's easy for Alireza to stay locked in and lock the white king in as well. Now he can just go rook e2, rook f2. Very hard for white to do anything really.
And that king seems trapped on h3. There's no progression for that king right now.
It's very little to do. The only question is, will Alireza Firouzja manage not to lose on time?
He has 33 seconds. The time is ticking, winding down on his clock.
How happy are you on a scale of 1 to 10 that Not sure, it might be an exaggeration, but your soulmate, could we say you guys are soulmates winning this match?
Despite your furious allegations, I am not biased in this match. I'm completely neutral, actually.
I'm not saying you're biased. I'm saying you have a connection.
There's no connection whatsoever. This is made up out of thin air.
Okay, we've hit the rook endgame. The evaluation hasn't changed. Black is still perfectly fine.
Oh, he's
but
threatening
the
checkmate.
clock has changed. He's threatening checkmate, rook h1, forcing Hans to either go back, when after which you can attack the pawns again.
And now he's losing.
Doesn't matter. It's still about the clock, but Alireza can now just pre-move rook f5, rook h5. The only shot Hans has is to get in e6, but Firouzja stopping that.
Now he can check forever. Where will Hans hide his king?
He has to try to go back, but I have a feeling Alireza
might go
fast
for the
enough.
win here.
No, I worried. Draw wins him. The match is just making enough moves.
17 seconds here. No increment for Alireza as he needs to pierce through.
I would get flagged, but Alireza is fast.
14 seconds on the clock. Will he maintain his time in time to create a draw? Hans shuffling his rook all the time. This is pre-move after pre-move we are witnessing. We have just crossed the 100 move mark.
Alireza has to make it to the 50 move mark. If there's 50 moves without a piece being taken or a pawn being advanced, he's not going to advance his pawn. Then it is an automatic draw, and he's gotten there by repetition. Threefold repetition.
Alireza moves on to the semifinals, and the Falcons have 2 players in the semifinals.
What a match. 8 seconds left, but Alireza Firouzja gets rewarded for his speed, his tenacity in that final game. And heartbreak for Hans Niemann. He knows he was winning. He completely outplayed Alireza. Alireza had 1 minute left on the clock. But in the end, Hans Niemann is out, and Alireza joins his teammate Hikaru Nakamura in the semifinals.
Incredible scenes, ladies and gentlemen, as Alireza Firouzja for Team Falcons hangs in there on his final seconds. The crowd is going wild, both for Alireza and for Hans. Both teams are represented here in the crowd. It's a heartbreak for Hans Niemann, who almost did it. He was in a must-win situation in that final game, and it felt like he has the game, he had the position, he had the time advantage, but Alireza hangs in there with just 8 seconds left on the clock. Zach, since you are our representative here in the studio, our Alireza doppelganger, what are your thoughts and feelings right now?
Thoughts, feelings, emotions. Alireza just capitalized at the very beginning of that match, and from there on out, he just drew and won.
So now you're admitting you're having thoughts, feelings, emotions, because your best friend in the whole world, Alireza Firouzja, made the semifinals.
I am not saying that whatsoever.
This is
I don't know where these allegations are coming from.
Bias. But now Alireza, he's strange. It feels like he wants to show, I'm dominant. He outplays his opponent in the match. He could have wrapped it up in game 3. But then sometimes he gets a little, I don't know, little unfocused, goes down to 20 seconds, allows game 4, there he messes up the opening, has a lost position. Then he only wakes up when he has 1 minute left on the clock and still pulls it out. Very special talent. I'm impressed.
Very impressive. And as for Hans Niemann, he is now eliminated, but he does win a very nice prize of $75,000 and 200 points for Godlike Esports, his team here at the Club Championship at the Esports World Cup. For the Falcons, this is great news that Alireza is through, Hikaru is through, 2 Falcons in the semifinals trying to grab the 1,000 points that's on the line here in chess. This is the penultimate week here in Paris at the Esports World Cup, and we need to head over to the stage and head over to Kostya to talk to the hero of this moment, Alireza Firouzja.
Thanks, Anna. Here with the winner and our next semifinalist, Alireza Firouzja. What a crazy match against Hans Niemann. You had to hold that final game. Your thoughts? You were very much down on the clock in that last one.
No, I mean, it was a tough game. He put so much pressure in the last game, and I think at some point he had some knight c6 and he could still push, but yeah, I mean, it was a good defense at the end.
You chose the London system in both of your white games. Can you take us through your pre-match strategy going into it?
Yeah, I mean, I thought Hans is very good in opening, so I was just trying to get some game and hope for best.
It seems like you're often down on the clock in these games despite having no increment, but then at some point you just turn it on, you're just so incredibly fast. Do you rely on your mouse skills in these situations?
Yeah, I mean, I could take more time than the other players. I think at the end I can make many fast moves here.
Now for your next match, you're likely going to face Magnus Carlsen. His match is still ongoing, but I believe he's leading. Your thoughts on this potential matchup?
Yeah, I mean, it will be a tough match, of course, but I'll try my best.
Thank you so much and best of luck. Guys, back to you at the desk.
Thank you so much, Kostya, and huge congratulations to Alireza Firouzja representing Team Falcons. He's through to the semifinals, and he'll likely be facing the defending champion Magnus Carlsen from Team Liquid. Last year, these two faced off in the finals for the glory, for the first place, but this time they are meeting in the semifinals, and Hikaru is on the other knockout bracket, so it could very well be the case that we're gonna have two Falcons in the finals, or if Magnus wins against Alireza, still Hikaru will be holding the hopes of the Falcons. So great news so far for Team Falcons that they doubled down on their chances in the semifinals. The stakes are as high as $1.5 million in chess, 30 million in the Cup Championship, ladies and gentlemen. And at the moment, Team Falcons are in second place, right behind AGL and AGAL. Denis Lazovic, 19-year-old Denis Lazovic, is through to the semifinals. He will be facing Hikaru Nakamura, so that's going to be absolutely crucial for the Club Championship points as well. AGAL versus Team Falcons in the semifinals. Denis against Hikaru, and likely Alireza against Magnus. But when it comes to the story of the day, our Crunchyroll story of the day, foreshadowing. Ladies and gentlemen, what happened yesterday on stage after the matches, Denis Lazovic won his match, eliminates Jan Nepomniachtchi, takes his key, and he was gonna crush that key, but I think he slightly misunderstood the instructions because he ends up putting that key in the trophy. Is that foreshadowing? Can Denis do it? This clip, you need to look it up if you haven't seen it. It's all over social media. Denis Lazovic already thinking that he won it all. What do you think, Zach, of that moment?
Just absolute madness. This is what the EWC is all about. You want to see these storylines happen. You want to see these controversies happen. But how about that Alireza Firouzja, Captain Clutch in his first two matches, winning on demand in Armageddon. And here he wraps it up on demand with 20 seconds on the clock in that final game in which he had to hold desperately for a draw for the win of the match. And he does so, bringing the two Falcons into the semifinals.
How is that foreshadowing, Zach? Stay on topic. Is it because he looks like your shadow, or what is he foreshadowing?
I also don't get it, but Zach is on a different storyline of foreshadowing. That's a great storyline, though. Team Falcons are very happy. But Jan, I think you do have thoughts on Denis and how he's foreshadowing that he might win the tournament.
No, not at all, because he put Jan Nepomniachtchi's key into the winner's trophy. He didn't foreshadow his own victory. He foreshadowed Jan Nepomniachtchi's victory, and he's out. So zero foreshadowing, but Denis Lazovic is an absolute world-class player. People might not realize that because his success has been mainly online, but it's been consistent in all these Champions Chess Tour, these online events. He's one of the best, and he's the only new participant we have in the semifinals. Last year we had Magnus, Alireza, Hikaru, and now we have these 19-year-old kid who doesn't know where to place the key, but he does know where to place his pieces. I'm very impressed.
He does know where to place his pieces, and that does place him in the semifinals of the Esports World Cup here in Paris. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at what we have been following so far. The quarterfinals. On the other stage, Magnus Carlsen is leading at the moment 2-0. The match is still ongoing against Nihal Sarin, and Alireza Firouzja has just won on our stage. Big win for Team Falcons against Godlike Esports Hans Niemann. Denis Lazovic was the hero earlier on this very stage, eliminating Team Navi's Nodirbek Abdusatoro, while Hikaru Nakamura, also for Team Falcons, has managed to win his match against Genji's Arjun Erigaisi. We're gonna see later today these upcoming semi-finals. Rainbow Six is going nuts on the stage next to us, so I can barely hear myself. But Denis Lazovic, 19-year-old boy for AGAL, will be facing Team Falcons Hikaru Nakamura. A bit of a rematch from earlier this year, the Speed Chess Finals, where Denis Lazovic beat Hikaru actually in a 26-game match. And that very match is how he qualified Denis to our event here in Paris. So definitely we're gonna want to see that rematch, and I'm sure that Hikaru will be very motivated. And on the other line, Zach, we will see our hero from our stage just now, Alireza Firouzja, the runner-up of last year, going up against, most likely, the defending champion Magnus Carlsen. Your thoughts on that upcoming potential semi-final?
It's gonna be absolute fireworks. I personally cannot wait. That's like your El Clasico. That's such a nice match to have. You have Young versus the GOAT, versus the greatest ever. What's not to love?
We were foreshadowing Magnus not through yet, right? Apologies to Nihal Sarin. Like Nihal.
2-0. This
tremendous,
is a 95%
tremendous player
chance.
himself. I agree, but still, let's not write off Nihal just yet. Still, I do agree. It's of course very likely. And now we have the heavyweight encounters. Can the Falcons do it this year?
Remains to be seen. That 1,000 points up for grabs. Will the Falcons manage to clinch this year and revoke that Team Liquid 1,000 that happened last year? It's an exciting time right now.
It is exciting times. Some drums, some excitement on the other stages, but chess is really heating up.
And what has been happening today was a very much a fairy tale story for two of our heroes on this stage behind us, Alireza Firouzja and Denis Lazovic, but two players did get eliminated today. This is 19-year-old Denis Lazovic crushing the key of his opponent.
Next try, great job, Denis. Great job so far. Push it.
He did it. He did it. I'm
not
so
yet,
proud
not
of my
yet.
boy.
Let's not celebrate yet. Oh, this is redemption, crushing the key. And look how happy Denis Lazovic looks.
I would give him full marks, 100 out of 100.
He did it. He did not place the key this time in the trophy. He has crushed the key of his opponent,
Poor Nodirbek.
Abdusatorov. Nodirbek is out, scoring 200 points for Team Navi and getting himself a really nice paycheck of $75,000. And Hans Niemann also is eliminated, earns himself the same $75,000 and 200 points for his esports team, Godlike Esports. While for the semifinals, the show continues, the games continue, the action goes on Stream A. So we're gonna wrap it up here and thank everybody, Jan, Zach, Kostya, all the production team, the incredible staff here at the EWC in Paris, and all our incredible audience live and on Twitch and YouTube. Thank you so much for hanging out with us for these 4 days here at the EWC. We have been Stream B. There's 2 stages. That's how big chess is at the Esports World Cup. We'll definitely be back next year as well. But until then, you want to go over to Stream A. Magnus Carlsen is still playing. The semifinals are still coming. And tomorrow, it's all the marbles on the line. Who will be the champion this year at the Esports World Cup in chess? $1.5 million is at stake. See you at Stream A.
puis je prends tout ce qui est à moi. Trop vif, trop fort.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.